Okay, and here we go again. Back to the Great Saturnia Chronicles. We're currently in the second game, in Chapter 3, Trial in Trial Part 2. I had to stop here early last night because I suffered a sudden case of massive headache. So let's begin with the testimony where we left off. A view from 60 feet up.
It was incredible! It was terrible! I'm really grateful my balloons were not damaged!
Hey, a huge bang from the stage, and then, seconds, another bang in the sky beside us! From this smoke, the cage appeared out of nowhere!
The cage! It fell from the sky like a stone, crashed into the crystal tower!
I didn't get a look inside the cage, but no one went near it after crashing the tower.
Ho ho ho! Most extraordinary collective accounts, I must say. I could just clarify something. There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard of any mention of until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions?
Bleh, more precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloons carried 2 witnesses around. There. There were other balloons in the end nearby, saying the same passage as well, to be clear. When the power supply to the machine for the demonstration first explosion occurred, the so-called bird cage containing the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred directly adjacent to where the balloon was carrying the witness. The bird cage appeared on the site, and the explosion subsequently plummeted to the ground in the crystal tower. Blair. I felt this. Suddenly the cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. Buttons ever hot, I missed it, I think, so I kept my eyes wide. I still have lots of money.
Little kids sipping for balloons. Ho ho ho, precisely. Was the most curious infant.
Bleh, until the young noble bowman royalty. Apparently, he has disguised himself out of the still unnoticed in the great exhibition. Ja, I'm here in London studying with my elementary school. Bleh, well, the benefits of the child point like view in the testimony.
Do we really need that?
One, I've removed my mask. One, this is what I look like.
Ho ho ho, oh yes, delightful face, I'm sure. You get all the Game Boys for Christmas.
I have 12 already. Ja, that's what I say so.
You're disguised then.
Bleh, the point is the testimony of the witness further substance the facts of the court. Namely, despite being an explosion, instantaneous kinesis, the second demonstration. And furthermore, until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, the only accused with Mr. Asman on the stage could have possibly committed the murder.
Ho ho ho, yes thank you counsel. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. Southern Defense cross-examination now please.
Yes my lord. Cross-examination. Begin. A view from 60 feet up.
It was indeed terrible. I'm grateful that my balloons were not damaged.
So there are 3 balloons flying above the experiment stage at the time, I understand it.
See, all 3 of them. Bemazzy Babamine. They're very popular signal. Some of the people paid £10 for one ride.
£10? That's more than my annual stipend.
£20 a month, that's my pocket money.
Where's of all the luck?
I got there for free, did I? I did. Paid for the whole work in Majesty's police card, you know.
Detective all the luck. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such small numbers of parade balloons though?
Because if I had too many in the skies, they could crash into each other.
The operators of the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area.
See, and the zone about the Black Experiment stage is the most profitable. The other representations, they hate me.
Oh, thank you, Witness. I think the cause clear picture of the arrangement of the balloon rides and the musician. Perhaps we could make more of this actually witness the incident.
Right, I can feel in there, my lord.
Because you don't make sense. I have to make less sense than you would, no.
There, I heard a bang from the sky, and the second of the bang, the sky beside us.
Hold it!
You actually saw the accident happen up from the air?
Yep, and it's amazing what the detective get to do there. I'm telling you, being a lawyer mug game, you should join the force once you get flying together.
You know me too well. Yes, well, anyway, would you tell us exactly what you saw, you think?
Everything! I saw everything, cause we're up above it all. The dodgy cove climbing to the cage, and the dodgy professor pulling them levers. That's what happened. That's when the massive bang, and the cage disappeared, just like that.
You saw the moment the body was decomposed by electricity, I believe?
I don't know what to make of it. But there was another bang right in my ear. Looked around and there was a huge, great fireball right next to us in the sky. There was nothing there before.
Excuse me.
Master Gots, does your memory of the day differ?
My teacher at elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use your full name.
Yes, what was it again?
Wilhelm Gusgossi Mortensen.
Just the 4 names then? At this point, do you have something to say? Something that adds a bunch of Detective Greener's Lunde's remarks, perhaps?
Oi! You're getting older on the expector on today.
Why does everyone have the problem with how I address them at the moment?
That is what I said.
Oh?
Ja! There's second explosion. There was right beside the balloon, that's true. But I'm sure. Which is what I said, innit? 1 minute there was nothing, then there was a massive explosion. The teacher on the elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if it's rude enough to interrupt, then you'll have the most awful laugh imaginable.
Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy?
Just before the second explosion happened, next to the balloon, clearly witnessed a grand balloon flying in the sky.
A green balloon?
You what? I was one of like that. But I did, I saw it. You can't say I didn't. Vow the contour. I will cut and scream. I represent the truth. I am Bohemian Pursuits. You cannot say that this is a lie. That is not allowed. Tusk, playing the blatant royalty card, are ya? Typical.
Says the orphan who likes to remind people who work for the Her Majesty's police. In that case, young man, you must also to amend your testimony. Interest of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia.
Okay, I come from Rap City. Come blowing that looks at the same time.
Objection.
Okay, I guess not. It's clearly a piece. It's a clearly a piece of green balloon that is part of that we saw. But humbug!
As soon as the sky exploded, a green balloon that was next to us.
Hold it!
A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that?
Of course I'm sure. I'm proud to be behind your parents. That's questions that make me burn. I think you mean bored. Ugh. English is very annoying. The English of countrymen is far superior.
Azar, it's very wrong to lie.
Lie?
Fire balloons never explode. For the same reason the planet never explodes. It's logical.
Please tell me he doesn't mean logical. If you insult me, then you will insult all of Bohemia.
Me day, my die.
I will have the army come and shoot your stupid balloons out of the sky, all of them. Now give me another balloon.
Here you are, Your Highness.
If only all these incidents were so easily resolved. Blair, the further revelations have been resolved to the control room. Perhaps we could return to the testimony. You also see at the moment the carriage of matter is materialized balloon. Yes, he is. He's had his own hot air balloon. It'll burn us all down. Is it this one only shows that there are two balloons?
Hold it!
Do you see what actually happened?
No. In reality, I did not. I saw after hit the tower. There was a great confusion around the stage. I ran to see what happened. I was terrorized by the idea of one of my balloons had crashed.
Suppose there's his livelihood.
When I looked up at the sky, all my precious balloons were still there.
I saw it though. I saw the slamming into the tower after all. I'm a detective now.
And tell us what you saw, Inspector Lunsday.
That's what I like to hear. I did get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after the crash in the tower.
So it was you who gave the order to keep people away?
Eh? Are you dead odd? How could it have been me? I was up in a balloon, wasn't I?
Right.
Because I wasn't available, it was the boss that had a leg over there. You getting saved that kicked all the other packing inspectors as he tried to seal up the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I can tell you. Amazing.
Poor Inspector Gregson.
So anyway, I couldn't see the cage that well because of all the smoke. I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I was scared out of my wits.
Keep it together, Inspector. Wasn't really asserting that the demonstration was genuine. What if there actually some kind of switcheroo trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. Two explosions could have thrown anyone into panic for sure. I think they'd find some more about exactly the people who saw at the time. This is the one I can think of. Like, this one I can think of. I can think of it being. Ugh. The stutter is strong today.
Objection!
It might be. I might have to repress. Now they got more information. I'm gonna have to repress everyone. The three balloons flying above. Yep. Does that stand?
See. All three of my possibilities. They're very popular, Senor Singapore and Pennington.
£10.
There are too many skies that crash to each other.
Haha, I was right. This was the wrong person's testimony. So in your testimony, you said all 3 balloons that you had operating at the time were undamaged.
See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosions, that would have been terrible.
I wonder, do I know what this is?
I think it might be...
See,
part of a balloon. A burnt piece of fabric of the envelope.
sorry, the envelope?
Pardon. It's a large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. It's made of very thick fabric lined with rubber, so that you don't want to rip when it's in the sky.
Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, when Mr. God testified. A green blue did indeed explode that day. If the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statements, well, undamaged, clearly contradicts their evidence.
No!
Flies up to the sky. The balloon exploded that day. What does that mean if I say so? You stop dropping your cards? What the hell are you doing, man?
Give me corn!
And give me that corn! And oh, that corn.
No, it's my corn!
Blair, the incident did occur after the explosion on stairs. The point of materialized said the location occupied by a balloon. Causing the balloon to explode? Yes, I imagine it possible. Blair, unfortunately, a traffic accident, as it were, but changes nothing but the precedent facts.
This cannot be accepted!
Why not, Mr. Loon?
Are you suggesting that I'm a liar? The person died in a balloon incident?
Blair, there's no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. You'll float away again. The victim is so fatally that day.
That's right, I'm proving it. But that balloon is no liar. There's no such balloon in the skies. It's not possible.
Are you saying it's impossible? Why? Blair, there's more important matters to discuss. The number of balloons that are operating on the day.
Objection.
We can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this another balloon until now. My lord, the feds calls for further testimony from Mr. Loon. I concur. He's clearly more to the truth than we admit to the eye. It's imperative to clear up issues of the phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you now give the supplementary testimony about the balloons you're operating in the exhibition.
Ah! Grazie, my lord!
Great, here's the easiest voice to do.
As I said, my balloon is no liar. Every balloon in the sky had landed safely. All 3 balloons are carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, then there'll be a catastrophe.
But you can't get away from the fact that you burnt old bit of cloth found in the scene, can you? Got business on the yard reckon probably wanted some debris thrown in the explosion on the stage.
That is stupid irrational. It's mistaken. My balloons have red and blue zigzag stripes anyway.
Then who does this green balloon belong to? The such a balloon card, well, does not belong to you.
See, Excelente. If he saw the balloon in the first place, it's like it's the sound of it. It's very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of the Bohemia.
If you attack us, you'll fight back. Well, we will war. We will war. What happened to all of our war? What happened to all that war? This clearly doesn't appear to be lying. But it does change the fact that testimony and evidence are contradictory here. Blah. The defense is unable to find the fault with the witnesses' statements. The court must consider them to truth. I think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. Have to the bottom with whatever happened here. No matter what it takes. Counsel, you know my custom I'm the witness.
I said blue balloons. I know that everyone in the sky landed safely.
So you couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe?
Sinkhole. I might not have noticed if I gave him 100 lengths of one missing. But we're talking about 3 enormous balloons. Can you believe I can make mistakes with something that grand and expensive?
Blah. I thought we'd be having a battle correct a checklist of gentleman's warehouse. How's the party? This says a total of 3 balloons. Oh, it would appear no mistake has been made then. Surely Miss Dunstay kind of sent for such a mental task. What, me? I tell you what I did. I told the boss, kids and kids like me can only count up to 2. Obviously, ain't true, but the boss bought it and said I'd have to go myself in the case. Ha!
Are they being carrying passengers? If they felt the grand explosion, that'd be a catastrophe.
It'd be quite a catastrophe if they did fall to the ground for any reason, I think. And then, Mr. Loon, tell me, what kind of keeps these balloons? What keeps the balloons in the skies?
What? Are you an idiot?
Sorry?
I thought I was asking, which does the candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright. The balloon flies because it flies. What else?
Ah, that must be telling for I don't know. Blah, there are 2 types of flying balloons. Hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air. Whereabouts the gas balloons drive harder by using gas. It is lighter than the air.
See, my balloons are filled with magic gas, I believe.
Hydrogen, lighter than air, but highly explosive. Oh, good lord!
I never been smoking cigarettes in any of my balloons. Magic gas does not like fire.
But even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode.
What's the matter with you, Singapore? All that comes out of your mouth is explosion. I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be, or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day. I'm completely sure. If you still say that happened, you must show me proof.
Alright, so Mr. There's only 3 balloons in the air that day. If none of them were damaged, then what was the one that exploded? I can't get away from the fact that it burned up a little bit of cloth found on the scene, can you? I'm surprised to find the piece of fabric at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area for any shades of clues? Nah, I'm not picking stuff like that off the ground, me. I always work out better ways, diving into people's pockets instead. So much for a new career path. Mind you, the boss was on it, and he keeps picking up all kinds of rubbish on the floor. Thing is, though, the cage had been crashed into the tower, didn't it? So that's most of the investigation was going on. Even so, I would have thought that someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered the evidence. Cool, listen to you. You stumbled across a bit of balloon. Suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Pardon? Why you ain't? I got a badge, have ya? I got this one. I could arrest you for this I wanted to. I want to put it past her. I didn't think of it. You always talk of some scorching on the grounds meeting where we're gonna have an investigation. The coppers in the backyard reckon it was probably some debris thrown by explosion on the stage. There was considerable damage to the stage surrounding the area, wasn't there? Yeah, some of the cabins who were watching the experiment were caught in the blast and injured. Good job old Captain didn't get low, didn't it? I hadn't considered that. Blah. It turned a great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of envelope from the balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions. Like me swapping all the fishing chips! The man's soul pleasure.
None of this matters. This means nothing to me, auntie. The supervisor is mistaken. My balloons have red and blue zigzag stripes anyway.
Hold those. You mean the color was wrong?
Si, senor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse.
And yet the piece of green cloth found at the scene, an unmistakable balloon.
Well, I don't know how that can be.
Blah, for the sake of argument, let's say that the green balloon is did explode from above the stairs. We therefore conclude that happened on the day of question. Why not? Blah, there have been recreational balloon flats over Hyrule had a park operating for the greatest mission. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunately, I'm sure you would agree.
Oh, you don't believe it's been from some earlier balloon accident that predates this exhibition?
Si, excelente. As senor says, it is not from one of my balloons. Again, little resurrection mistaken for species salt.
Oh, he mad. Is something wrong, Master Gotts?
It's Master William Gottis Sigmar's ultimate.
I was on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, there's something very wrong. I want to know, and I know what that's are. They got the green balloons there. I does it, and there I saw it a green balloon. Oh man.
You can speak as much bad language as you like, but it doesn't change nothing. If you don't have evidence, Rezo, then I must tell your parents to punish you.
I feel let the judge decide when it comes to punishments.
Evidence! What's this evidence?
Give me some evidence, man. A photograph, for instance. Some tangible proof of what you claim.
Well, what did you say so sooner? I have the photograph right here.
Oh, goodness gracious! What?
I'd not been up in the moon for a little while, so I got very excited. I took a lot of photographs of the critical tower. The whole man exhibit on the street of London, hot on the hill cellar in the balloon.
And it's a tenley spinning spinner. Did you take a picture of that?
Yeah, one picture.
Really? You did take one.
But all I wanted was a vat in the balloon. I was not interested in performing experiments.
Never mind that. Can you show us the photograph?
Of course, it makes me laugh. And then we'll see it. I see that I'm not lying, that I had this here grand balloon.
What's that flying up towards the balloon? Look at a laser.
Well, you want the doctor speak?
Oh yes, I'm shocked I did indeed the word, young man.
Yeah, perhaps you cannot see the green balloon from this photograph, but it's my fault, the stupid person who made me see the camera. Wah!
Wait, no, it's a different language.
Wah! Wah!
This is the first. That is one very bohemian sounding cry.
Wah! Wah!
Oh, very well. We now set photographs as evidence.
It's not my fault. It's not my fault the person made the camera. Hey, what are you doing?
You gave us your evidence. I gotta look closely at the evidence. Well, there's no zigzag on it. It is a solid color. He's over here. There's a person in the cage. There's the doctor. Ray's still pointing forward. There is some in front. Maybe it's a meteorite. And there's no gas burner in this one, so it's a helium balloon. Or maybe like Wario.
Wah! That's not my fault, or the fault of the person made the camera.
Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, what exactly do you take that photograph?
Well, it was on the big explosion.
You don't say.
When I pressed the photo release, there was a very loud bang, and a hot fun rushed over my face.
That means the photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred.
Well, if you ask me, the black and white photograph changes nothing. I couldn't give a flying fig.
Lovely lens you picked up. As I thought, Mr. Lucius just doesn't quite think that up. The young Bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon, which only firmly denies the probability. It's hard to imagine a man changing would be so mistaken about the number of that were in the air. Still, the consistency must tell him something, I'm sure. Everyone has that defense, that's fair. The balloons might carry the passengers, they saw it fell to the ground and you can't get away from the fact that burn up insane. So as my balloons have random bullets exact shots anywhere. It is a solid color.
Objection!
What? Come on! Was that the debris was thrown before the explosion? I reckon it might be this one because you can see the shrapnel before the explosion.
Objection!
Not really.
Objection!
Is there another double press?
Hold it! Objection!
This is probably very abstract thinking.
Hold it!
Quite the catastrophe found on the ground, blah blah. I've done this, let me see it. This is really the first case I've actually had to do trial and error. At most I get one thing wrong. But I just can't see the problem. I just can't see what's in it. I don't. Yentini just said there's a clear contradiction. I thought this one because from the explosion on the stage. I thought like this would be because look, you can clearly see that something showed up before the explosion happened. The explosion hasn't happened yet. Wait, there's no one in the balloon. The balloon is full of people, but there's no one in the balloon. All 3 balloons are carrying passengers,
Objection.
but there's no one in the balloon. Unfortunately, the photograph Mr. Scott took kind of tell us the color of the balloon, but it could tell us something else. Something crucial importance. Bleh. Nani? It shows the first picture of the balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Oh, my goodness, you're right! Ho ho ho, I'm sure the balloon would have carrying passengers. There's no reason to sell this. There'd be no sense into it otherwise.
See, if for pleasure, and seeing the view of my balloons is a very high view when I'm flying with passengers.
It tells us the picture of the balloon isn't one of them. So, when the incident occurred that day, there was a 4th balloon disguised above the experiment stage. The mysterious green balloon.
I know nothing, none. I can only tell you one thing.
You love his mustache and his balloon hat.
If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it's not one of mine.
It's pulsating.
Objection.
Blah. There's illegal tradesmen everywhere you can look. Here to look. Clearly one of these interpreters decided to capitalize on the opportunity put into battle with exhibition. I managed to operate the balloon flying Mr. Loon's patch without realizing him.
See, the composition's trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because it interpreted to the Israel went wrong to the stage.
Hey Drangdo, welcome to the madness. This 4th balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Assman was beaten to the stage below. Right. So it seems the scrap fell to the ground like left some scorch marks. It didn't come from the stage at all. There'd been a balloon raining down. But because no one ever was in it, they didn't get no attention. A mysterious 4th balloon carrying passengers finds only over the exhibition stage.
Objection.
Bleh. This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one operated by some rogue trader. Clearly has nothing to do with it. If there's no one in the balloon, how the hell are they controlling it? Its relevance does elude us, I must say. Bleh, the court has significant evidence and had ample testimony already. Which calls for the trial to be concluded. They don't look like they care. Really? Have they got to the truth yet? No, I cannot let this opportunity slip away. The junior's minds are made up. It's not in my favor. What else have we seen this part of us tell us something that's more we can learn from it?
Objection.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait. Please don't give a decision yet. First, Mr. Gotts may as well be hiding some more kind of clues. What's that? What's that? Have I clear?
Objection.
Bleh. We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for dinner now. So tell us, Scott. What exactly does this alleged evidence prove? You can reasonably see in the picture balloon as well as destroy the scene in the explosion. Yeah, that's right, yeah. It's one of my verbs. Bleh, evidently. Because the bulkheads from the kinesis machine materialized into the sky with a been flying. And the balloon being filled with flammable hydrogen instantly explosive ignited.
Objection.
No, that's not what happened. Bleh, nani? Oh, it would appear the photograph requires a closer examination. Counsel for the defense, will you highlight the location of alleged clues in the photograph for the court? Of course, my lord, but you're all so fucking blind. So closely you can plainly see that it's showing the link to another piece of evidence we have. In a way, it leads to an unbelievable conclusion. That may suggest the real reason the balloon exploded is...
Take that.
The photograph can only be described as
Miraculous. Luckily, you can notice a bright white line that appears to be pointing directly at the balloon. Blah. Was likely a very loud cause incident on the film. Oh, I'm afraid I can see no such a thing of the sort. Look with a magnifying glass, my lord. It'll become clear what the nature of the bright light really is. Oh wow, they zoomed the camera in slightly. Oh, I can see it so much better now. Goodness, what is that? What does it look like? So fussy like this. Oh golly! Oh golly! Do you think it might be a lightning? Well, I could have been for today. I believe to be looking at fire. I'm on a fire heading straight towards the balloon, like an arrow. Oh, indeed. Even my aging eyes appear to be a flame of some sort. My word, no sooner than this flame struck the hydrogen gas-filled balloon.
Objection!
Blah, that's absurd. The balloon was 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached that height. Actually, in my opinion, the particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals exactly how it happened. Blah, whatever else. Please I told, for goodness sake, present it, man. Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flaming appears ahead, right for the balloon. The fucking crossbow. This was found hidden at the foot of the small ornamental tree near the scene. Oh lord, is that a crossbow? Yeah, let me show you how it works on a vampire. Blah, what? An arrow dipped in oil set alight could send flying shot from the weapon. Seeing flame arrows straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. Blah, I was suggesting that the crossbow was used deliberately. Blimey, you're right. Striking the old light in front of it looks like it's an arrow, doesn't it?
Then, the explosion of that balloon, it was.
Very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow, ignited by the hydrogen gas inside. Blah, no! You shot me with a crossbow, you bastard! Ow! Ho ho hoda! Ho ho hoda! Kansu! This is an extraordinary superstition. If the aim was to cause the explosion, the shooter could have used this gun, of course. However, there was obvious reason why he would have been out of the question. Blah. The northern discharge, of course. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could have fired at the balloon silently. Yeah, well, ain't someone had shot a gun off of the exhibition grounds, I would have caused a real panic.
But the big explosion was a very big panic anyway, no?
I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
He doesn't have a girly voice. He makes balloons. He has helium voice. Blah. Not the valid implication just saying monopoly is found. If the flame arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. If the bird cage appeared to be a cloud of smoke that ensued. What? Wait a minute. Are you really saying that? I don't get it. What's the bird cage beamed up into the sky after all? Or what? My goodness me. Oh, that girl. Because I can't do a female Cockney accent. So I decided to go completely silly and go deep voice with it. Oh, now I understand. Let's check your feelings about. I think there's a good chance the big carriage actually concealed inside the balloon all along. What? Did you just hear that correctly, Consul? There's no going back now. Horse is bolted. Similar as I said, the bird cage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage when the experiment was started, the bird cage in the internal this machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, a flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators in the sky above their heads. Amid the smoke, a hidden bird cage appeared and fell to the ground, crashing at the Crystal Tower. I think you'll agree to me, entirely plausible.
We just described the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried that day. Good grief!
Objection!
Blah, this is ludicrous. We did discard no such experiment. It's a child's play. A controlled display of stage magic. But Mr. Sheridan R said the experiment was scientifically impossible. In that case, the only explain what happened that day. But in that case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage, the Crystal Tower. The attention of kinesis didn't take place. How do you explain that? If I may put in a word of magic, I'm a magic man myself. Our parents' suspicions easily explained by a simple deception. Juror number 3? All we needed was a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman. Having the other man appear on stage in front of the show, a double. Yes, of course. So in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage at the stood inside the balloon high from the start.
Objection!
The balloon had been filled with hydrogen. Anything inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one could ever embark on such a risky venture. Multiple authority, full of balloon glasses, has very much depended on the here. Juror number 4? Flamballs are well filled with full hydrogen, but mixture of gases and helium as well. Helium does on its own doesn't explode, but controlling the gas with the ratio, explosive force can be altered. Blah, the mixture ratio. Obviously, if this body would have suffered some burns, but it would be unvisible. No such accident as a blood loss, the whole obscene command is possible. The jury consists of a magician and a scientist. So everything happened explained logically and scientifically. Motion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all a part of an elaborate deception to make it appear as instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Oh my goodness me! If we said this was happened, it means the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present in a public experimentation to begin with, the stage to begin with. Bah! Naga! In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant. He was on the stage and interviewing the entire time. Blah! Stop firing that crossbow at me! No! Actually, if you throw your wine, I shoot a crossbow. Lord Van Zeke can't credibly maintain that Professor Harebrain is a suspect now. No, don't do it! Don't be Dr. Harebrain. No, Dr. Harebrain, don't do it. Fuck!
Mr. Narder, I appreciate your effort, but thank you.
Professor?
But I can't stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please.
Sorry? Blah, what is all this about, Mr. Harebrain?
Albert Harebrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odious Man. Yes, it was me, my faithful friend and partner, Andrew Screwdriver.
What? What are you doing? You'd rather die than have his scientific method debunked. Order! Order! Defendant, explain this confession. Sorry. Professor Harebrain, what are you talking about?
It's what I said all along. I must protect my hypothesis, my precious machine. You stand there claiming it was all a trick, an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you don't have any. You'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to have proof, but it'd been all over. My beautiful hypothesis will be laid bare. I mean, intently of it.
Hey, little Mac. It's clear that you drew the plans of the experiment. You didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped by Professor.
Brock!
Blah. Yes?
I'll cry with you, whatever you say. I swear. So, please,
Ensure my special depression Stik acts as upheaded and protect my creation! This blood donation you gave me will help me cool. Let me try your blood and we'll work it out. Blah. Pray forgiveness for the absurdity of filling my hollow chalice with its critical juncture. Here's my nobody's friend. What? And his upcoming attempt to clarify the offense's position and light the accused's confession. The intent to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick. Because the moment you do, the special temperature scientific equipment act perfecting invention will cease to apply. The prosecution would then be demand the righteous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. Blah. However, if your knowledge of the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, our chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality principle hypothesis will be possessed. Well, Counsel, what's the official position on the matter? What Professor Henry, my client, actually asked me for was proof that the explosion on the stage was an accident to protect the security of his hypothesis. There's no way I can do it without implying Professor's guilt. Do I protect the client's life by asserting innocence, or do I uphold my client's request to see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. Fuck me. Blah. You've been silent for too long. The time isn't talking a trade, my learned friend. Has all knowledge of English except your from your confused Japanese mind. I've actually seen him in the panic. Yeah, and he's never actually taken off the panicked pose before.
Mr. Naruto!
There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. It's possible one. I have given up on something. But what? Defense asserts that the defendant's insistent machine is in fact. Ah! Look at his eyes go. He's really thinking now. His eyes have gone crazy. No, I can't say it. My client placed his faith in me. I can't let him down now.
What must I give up on? It's not a question of ours. Yourself here. What can I protect? Oh, Jesus Christ! What the fuck are you doing here? You're supposed to be in Japan.
Hello, Mr. No. It's been far too long.
Sadazo-san? But what? Hey, yeah! Oh, Jesus Christ, my spine! Blah. Ah! Ah, my spine! Why would you do this? Ah!
Let me try to talk later, Mr. Naruto. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. It's working to protect what I can protect. Professor Hairbrain.
Ah! Yes!
Yesterday you told me science is the pursuit of the truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too.
Yes, of course!
And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Anderson. I think you have come to realize something yourself, haven't you?
That
Your experiment machine is built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind what is we must both pursue now.
Oh, Mommy, look! Ah, God damn it again! Why do I keep sitting in the splash zone? Why is there a splash zone in the courtroom anyway?
Blah, so you finally opened your eyes.
What?
And as for your Albert, you can't ignore it any longer.
Ah.
Blah, have you heard about law enforcement associations? Don't you have something to say?
But
Lord Van Zeke?
Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before.
In truth, there's one thing, something I've remembered that is of relevance.
What?
On the day it happened, just before I began the experiments, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow.
Oh, I beg your pardon? Professor, did the man have the scooting features? What did he look like?
Taller than me and thinner than me. It was straighter hair and wider than mine. Let me see. One less than 9, 2 is a monocle, rather stylish, black monocle. But nothing in particular is, he positively identified the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention.
Blah, nani? He built the machine?
That's right. Mr. Aspen introduced me to him a year ago. He's a man by the name of
Encroached debitor! Encroached debitor! Oh, this man has means something. Maybe the jury aren't so flustered. Not the man, the scientist with his... Not the name our scientist with here, but mine is an abomination.
not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either.
Who on earth is he? I'm afraid that isn't the first tale of this I've heard of scientific circles and connections of this man. That of the talk of the flamboyant experiment that turned out nothing more than stage-sucking and beyond. Obviously, the boss is offered the government this gas money.
When magicians are near money, they've heard of some escorts to unhanded tactics. So we can determine with experience in such things. I mentioned a cross to me in church debitor number 4.
The one that was an engineer on the Mundicon. Yes, we're dealing with unparalleled confrontation here. On course of that failure. It's the kid's fault for sitting in the splash zone. Just like you sit in the splash zone at a water park. It's your own goddamn fault. In the last, it wasn't a kid in the last case. In the last case, it was Belmont sneaking up on him. So he hit Belmont with a wine bottle.
So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, was just a grand illusion.
Including what we've just heard Mr. Debitor's character. I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely.
Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to believe the machine would function exactly as my husband predicted.
Blah. It's why you're so opposed to seeing investigated, I presume.
I knew if the machine was examined in detail, the judge would have given away my hypothesis. Obviously, I don't want that to happen. But at the same time, I knew if I was found nothing more than a trick, then that work of deception, and everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect.
So you really had no idea then, did you? But too late to the machine that was built. A true name of Mr. Debitor.
I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it.
You're a scientist, you question everything! Entirely possible that Mr. Osborne and Debitor were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring research grant money.
Fuck! When I announced my invention to the crowd that day, I was the finest moment of my career! I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Mr. Debitor described. When the folks suddenly started bawling out and panicked, I didn't know what was happening. But I really didn't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything about it anymore. Blah, let's confirm one final part, your professor. You consent the position submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the processation afforded to the Special Dispensation for Science Equipment Act.
Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry.
Is the trial going to stop for today? Pretty sure it's to suspend. Yep, it's another investigation scene.
Lord Vanzik.
Blah, my lord. Oh, the court really been aware of another party who's involved in the critical. Blah, yes, Mr. Deputy. Gather information on the man. Possible, I should have him served as a subpoena. Blah, with my pleasure, my lord.
Now, counsel for the defense.
Yes, my lord. Ho, when we convene, I shall look into one thing, and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he is presently stands accused. I understand. Good. In that case, the court is adjourned until tomorrow morning. Oh, if only shooting rights was so easy I could just walk in and say, here's the evidence to prove the person killed the person. Can I go now? If only it worked that way. 23rd of October, 1:36 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Arch Chambers.
Mr. Nardo!
Yes?
I'm so sorry! I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. And trusted me, I dragged you into a mess. How do I ever come to this? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Did you really have no idea, Professor? But Mr. Debbie was really up to it, I mean? Not what really constructing?
Naturally. She wasn't bored with my hypothesis. All of my hopes are dreams. I can put faith in it.
Alright, in that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands. Let's do much investigation we can before the trial resumes tomorrow.
I'll come with you. Oi, get back here. Well, thank you for doing so much for me.
I'm so sorry for being late this morning, Mr. Nardo. Arriving late? I didn't receive my You didn't receive my postcard. I wanted to let you know that I'd arrive. Postcard? What postcard?
Oh, I had it from you, Runo. I wanted it to be a surprise. So I shut it up. Well, did it work?
I was surprised, alright. Especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just happy to see you again. That's sort of a slipped out. What? Fucking slamming me into the ground? Maybe we should stick to more traditional displays of emotion in the future.
Susie trained was late to London, Victoria, this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whipped the horses hard, so we didn't miss the whole trial.
I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. So you jumped over the wall into the thing. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Having my silent court gives me strength. I needed to win. So, I am delighted to see you. Back in London. You didn't win, you idiot! Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Nardo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I continue your service to you. Of course. So, what brought you back? I just realised. 50 days on a boat. She spent 3 months here, then had to go back on another 50 days. Was in Japan for 1 month, then took another 50 days to get back here for this. Jesus Christ, lady. So, of course, what brought you back? The professor must have been not impressed.
Let's save all the conversation while we're back at home, shall we? You know, I made some of my most special blends ever. There's a special occasion.
Oh, Iris, how wonderful. I can't wait. The sun is back in London. Hard to describe how happy I made me feel at that time. But despite my elations, Our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. Wait, wouldn't the bailiff or like the guards in the court would have like tackled her and taken her out if you tried to jump from the public gallery down to the defendant's quarters? I mean, seriously, they would have beaten the shit out of her. To continuing B2'd. Investigation Part 2. This time, it's not personal. 23rd October, 2:41 PM. Naruto's legal consultancy. You sort of mildly jog away to escape the British police. I've seen videos of people just mildly jogging away and the British police just give up.
Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed the slightest since though. It's been 6 months, hasn't it? It's a long time for anything to stay so familiar.
I don't know when you might return. I wanted everything the way you left it.
But it's been 6 months. It's true.
It's been 6 months, it's true.
So is your father alright, Susie? What happened?
My father? Yes, Professor Mogba. I mean, it was half a year ago that you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he fell very ill for no reason.
That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. I was happy.
He fucking lied, that asshole.
I think I read about it in my letter to you.
It was all a trick. My father was fine of health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all glad to have you back.
It was quite an accident. I've been able to return to Europe, actually.
Because of the grand conference called the International Forensic Science Experiment Symposium. Oh wait, is her father here?
Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and now all that matters is I'm here now. After all, I even fulfilled my promise to you, Iris.
Oh! You must tell me everything. What happened while you were back in Japan?
Yes, of course, shall I?
And there's one other thing.
Something you wrote in your letter particularly grabbed my attention.
About you-know-who. About Kazuma.
I know. I'll tell you all I can.
Screw investigating my client's case. We're talking about Japan.
When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be able to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial with the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely.
Awful trial? Oh yes, from the murder of Jezebel Barrett.
Oh, just as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh well, yes.
Since we've been forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice.
Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it, don't you, Runo?
Yes, I suppose so.
I wanna play a being lawyer now. I can wear a false moustache, maybe.
I don't think moustache will hide the fact that you're just a 10-year-old, Iris. It's something I've been wanting to ask you. Miss Sadaso. But the real reason why Professor Mogul has summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it's something to do with conflict you found in Nasum's lodgings.
That's right. A very large dog collar found with a B emblem on it. It seems not included in the drawing of the collar in the report submitted about the time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned white as a sheet.
Why would he do that then?
Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was from time ago that he stayed 6 years. I can only imagine something must have happened during that time. He refused to tell me what it was. I intend to find answers for myself. I thought that, for one, won't keep me any more secrets. Oh, Susie!
It's a very familiar look using Iris there. Forensic Science Symposium! Lord Strongheart mentioned something about a symposium too. I
think you said investigating authorities from 40 different countries around would attend. Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jojoko have been invited. Something of an honor, I believe. But Professor Mokuba is the leading expert in forensic medical science in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, you say? Yes, His Excellency Judge Shihosuki. You met him in Mr. Nado last year in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. The terrible trial was we were accused of murder. The murder of Susie's father. Oh, Iris's father. Oh, fuck, I just said it out loud, didn't I? Oh, yes, I try to think of that positive turning point in my life these days. Well, Judge Jinku, who presided over that trial. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Oh well, anyway, Father was invited to the symposium. He agreed in returning me to Britain. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. I played with him, and in the end, he agreed to get me going ahead. Yes, about the symposium. It seems that Lord Shanghai has put an awful lot of work into making it happen. It's only very important. I believe it is, yes. If I understand it, it will control how the justice system works in the future and create the other Phoenix Wright games. What are the Phoenix Wright games? Never mind, I didn't say that. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll better get the job of Attorney General. Most senior position in British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's first police institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently, Lord Strongheart's a lifelong ambition. Does Professor Mokuba know Strongheart personally then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech about all the various subjects yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it. How trying for you? I lost the will to live listening to him talk about it. Your camera literally whites out as it happens. His unforgivable actions ended me at the wrongly accused of criminal I didn't commit. The murder of Don H. Wilson. Yes, Jezebel Barrett. The name I won't forget for long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems the name we should have all forget. Sorry? Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Mrs. Barrett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Joseph Barrett doesn't actually exist. Doesn't exist, but how can that be? It's my presidium, her real name was Shin. She wasn't visiting student at all. That was just a front. Who on earth was she then? Miss A. Shin. Her name literally is all of the intelligence services have been assertive about her. No one knows why, or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. Nobody tasked to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman been up to? I'm afraid I don't really know. She's dead now. I don't care. The other things I can be sure of that she had some business in our country that we didn't quite understand yet. Now she's been killed, while a question surrounding her existence remains unanswered. I'm afraid so. Hey Shin, who on earth is she? What I feel though, I've heard that name before somewhere. That's my friend Rye's trial. My reporter actually told me Miss Barrett said something very strange. I know the truth that had with me I went on. If visiting student's fate. Nobody in Japan knows anything about it. They know that the guy never made it to England and he died on the steamship. But he'll never. Obviously, I couldn't ask him in the library at the time. But later on, when I visited him in prison cell and asked him what I was going to say to him about Kazuma-san, what did you learn? After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unloaded to Port Hogan, long past the entire considered staff there. Should have been. Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared. What, because the body vanished? Our government has tried to track up the fact. It seems that
They erected a grave on the cliff in their hometown. Except Cosmo's summer isn't there. Did the Professor Merkabah know about this? Yes, it seemed that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're also investigating what happened to Cosmo's body as we speak. I was actually going to make him a werewolf. I just don't believe it. He's actually feeling apprehension of all the student, Tutton. The Cosmo mystery! Think about it now, something happened on the SS Brian that's definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be? Could it be that he actually is still alive? I don't know. It's too much to bear. You're not a bear, you're a person. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. No, I want to be a bear, but it's just not fair. I was just thinking maybe the possibility pains me given so much. I should mind back for a moment. Mr. Nahodo. Because my summer was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? He definitely examined the body. I remember him clearly. You're right. Fucking Mr. Sholmes. This Cosmo hadn't actually been dead at all. It would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. There's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. I suppose that's true, yes. Let's go to the Wax Museum and ask him. See you, Adam Zephyr. Thank you for being here for a while. Hope you enjoyed the stream. The idea that he might still be alive somehow wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it, because if it turns out not to be true, then I'll be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of that, what it might do to me. Oh, Miss Sadaso. I know she's given him the idea I thought it deserves. If Sadaso-san would have talked about it after all. I probably shouldn't push it now. Though I can push her. Shove. I can't move! I'm stuck! Think of that armband, I see. I'm so pleased. Well, yes, it feels like it should be named. Shouldn't be without it now, to be honest. It is. Should be so different. Just look. I'm happy happening for you, Mr. Naruto. Oh, thank you. Let's escape to get something again. I'm always doing that. Pet Secretary, please! I was getting so well. I can't talk to her. All the dialogue's filled. There's no more dialogue. About this paper, Miss Sadaso. Yes, what about the Great Exhibition? I have a dream about that, you know. I was sorry you were going to miss it when you were called back to Japan. So was I, but definitely unlucky. But here I am now, back in London. Well, on the way, I had a dream come true. Perhaps you're not as lucky as you thought you were then. What's with Professor here right now? Terrible situation. We should explore it together. And of course, we must invite the Professor's good friend, Lord Van Zik, as well. Lucky might not stretch that far. Ah!
That's about a year ago now. I wrote that really long story based on my father's old notes about Hurley's greatest exploit. It's called Hand of Baskervilles.
But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it. You put the manuscript somewhere nobody could ever get their hands on it.
So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie?
Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of Baskervilles. I would love to read it.
And then you ran away with the chair before you told us anything. And you you want to tell us how you came to know it?
Yes, I made you a promise I'll explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh! Is not now. Goodbye. I'm really sorry I had to keep it from you so long, Iris. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left for Japan. I was cleaning my father's study when I saw something on the writing desk. A large box of papers. They were labelled affixed to a box that was written in the English. It read, "The Hand of Baskervilles."
What?
What?
My Baskerville story?
Of course I had no idea what it was at the time, but father came in and... Sir, what are you doing? Oh, father. Why'd you make a sandwich for me, young lady?
No, I simply read the label, that's all.
Well, to put it out of your mind. Sorry? Forget you ever saw her, and certainly don't tell anyone else about this. Do you understand?
Oh, I guess I just broke his promise.
But that was Iris' adventure of doing in Japan.
I had no idea, but I heard Iris mention the word Baskervilles that day. So it just slipped out. I wouldn't even guessed. That was an unpublished account of someone Mr. James' exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions, and there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. No doubt my father was having a very good reason being secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain it myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie.
Mr. No, you ready to start investigating it, huh? But every time it's a case of memory. And Iris told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxworks Museum as well. So you're fully abreast of the situation already, Mr. Sato. I expect nothing else, let's be honest. I would think that our first point of call would be to investigate Mr. Deber. And you're responsible for building that elaborate machine to use the effect of the ordinary trick. Yes, a conjurer of sorts. By the sound of it, we know in the field of science and magic. Then we need to go and arrest him. Well, yes. He must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really don't need to find the man.
Got the catch track someone down. Should be a job for the police or a great detective.
Which let's guess she might be thinking of. We don't have time, we need to get started right away, I think.
Good idea. Well, best of luck to you then.
Are you not coming today?
I'm going to Brexton Road shortly to the herb market. Let me know later what's going on, won't you? You only have one companion with you.
That's a little abrupt. We should pull the market herbs along. Freedom! Dead. No, Sholmes is sweet. Mr. Sholmes, are you here? He's not here. But Greg the Modic Skull is here. Hi, Greg. Jesus Christ. What's he doing? He's online. The whole world is still covered in mathematical equations. And he's writing more now? Oh, look, I'm Professor. Sorry to interrupt. Oh, Mr. Nodo. I know it's this young lady. My name is Senator Makuba. I'm Mr. Nodo's assistant.
pleasure to meet you, Professor.
Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner. None of that would have happened.
No, it's not logical. That makes no sense at all. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. My presence here upsets you. I owe an apology too. I owe an apology too, Professor. Didn't manage to deliver the promise I would. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised. I would in court this morning.
Oh no.
The whole thing. The whole miserable affair.
It all happened because of such a complete and utter idiot.
Professor, Hairbrain, what have you been working on in your cell?
Oh, haha, you mean that? Idea, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea. You see, and I simply write it down, and that's on the wall, that's all I had.
Oh, so no hypothesis? Something's past the high voltage instantaneous conditions, maybe?
Ah, no, actually, this is my autobiography.
An autobiography?
How I Was Diddled and Fiddled by Albert Hairbrain.
Someone diddled him?
I found a represent my odd fortunes with you, odd number of ambitions and simultaneous expectations.
Really?
I'm going to have to I want to pay back all the loans I took for the kids machine, you see. The new serial publication is the next month, part 1, Old British upbringing.
You can't beat men's optimism, that's for sure.
I see.
So for now, would you mind if we talk a little bit more about the case?
Yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled, I was fiddled. By the power of them.
By Aspen and the oof engineer, Debitor. We're not sit through the explanation of these questions, are we? 2 + 2 is 4.
Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Asman, kindness, the Kinesis machine, all my others even. Wherever I come to this is, but there's really no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work. But in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't know the trick in public. Oh, of course you didn't.
But the call this morning realized something.
Oh? You done something wrong without knowing it. You've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you are aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor existence to blame such lies with me. Oh, Professor. I believe in the name of the morning. I believe in me this morning. You know, Bardock, he believed in my hypothesis.
Well, I think that was so just the necessary factors to establish a case.
Oh, no, Berserk wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it.
Did he? I think I understand now why that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean.
I tell you what would happen, nobody would believe my hypothesis anymore. Not police, not prosecution, a service, not many lawyer even. So there's done some kind of finishing blow there. If any other prosecutor had taken the case, it would have been any other way in the book. I'm sure the prosecution would have declared me my hypothesis and the complete and utter disaster. Prepared to actually declare my nonsense. In that case, do you believe you declared a fraud yourself, Professor? Exactly, which is why I've been fate worse than death for me. But look, it says that I was a proper man of science from the start to finish.
Do you know why I think he?
I know for him very well indeed.
He was extremely kind-hearted soul.
But that's extremely kind-hearted soul.
Spent all my money trying to
Then he was a murderer, didn't he?
Well, dramatically, a part of the analytic appears to be. Well, admittedly, a part of the analytic supposed to have to be some flaws in it. But the Reaper of the side of the thing. How does he fit into your kind-hearted soul adventure? Oh, I'm passing out here. Do you think he set the trick before the very start? Sorry to say, it does seem like a yes. When I first met him, I introduced myself as a wealthy financier. He looked overly popular. I'd written and said works that would benefit us tremendously and must be persuaded. He was so enthused, so pathetic. But it seems in reality, he was the mastermind of the whole festival, working in criminals network to keep, it seems. I still can't believe it. As the machine was essentially set to the decoration with some stage magic. It probably didn't require a large amount of variance to actually work properly. But the scales of it would have just been a small trick. It was a very elaborate feast of deception. I don't know because I'm tired and blacking out, but I think I saw her father was it in the flash scene there or something? All young scientists are full of hope about their bludgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have made any money. We don't do research, that's all we can afford. Many of us take to barely legal part-time work to try and earn just a few more measly pennies to carry on. To go through that, we take for a complete fool. It's run to believe. It is as I see. And that's why you find those responsible for bringing him to justice. Mr. Osman is no more, of course, leaves the only other engineer. Mr. Approach Deborah. Fuck me. He's an engineer, a magician, or a swindler. It was about a year ago Mr. Osman first brought December to my factory laboratory. Since then, I've been with him many times discussing the machine. But no point to have any inkling that it was just an illusion. Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusion. Wait, what do you mean? He was worth the depth of scientific knowledge. No questions. The man is a genuine scientist. Instantly appeared in conversation. I see. But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything to find out what we can to bring him to justice. There's no more clues we can give to us to whereabouts. I'm sorry, I never discussed the condition of the machine, nothing else. Although, just once. I did at the workshop. What workshop? There is an enormous fabrication laboratory where we constructed the great machine. You're an idiot. Why didn't you say mention that sooner? Remember it's workshop. So you might find him there. You've been to Deborah's place to work then? Yes, just once, do you understand? It was an enormous place, plenty of room to construct a locating machine, you see. Where can I find it? You have to go there. You have to go there at once. I have to go there once. There's a good chance the boy finds her over there. Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure. As in, I'm sure you're not going to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at this all. I'm so sorry! It's more than half expecting that. See, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there. He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then. The place was incredible, big on modern engineering. Even the oil used was the very best. I suppose your French
special French medicine oil that is proposed obtaining in Britain. An essential oil. The indescribable scent of the oil. Perfumes across the world should forget the formula and use that instead. What do you think, Mr. Satisfy? What do you think, Mr. Satisfy? ND machine for next birthday? I don't know if you take over perfumes, and I'm not sure where I'd like to start with that. But I don't suppose you know even the part of workshop with area specialties. You don't have a business card from Dr. Timber, for example. Most clearly conscious, Mr. Satisfy. I'm sure I would never. Ah! I guess I do. You gave me a business card once. Here, look. What? Let me see that. Wow, she's throw it to the wind, don't you? English job, engineer. Afraid that's all it says. There's no address. I know. Well, you can't say I'm surprised. So I think that would be useful. This could be useful. Dark spot here. I think it's machine oil. It's machine oil. Yeah, it's quite possible from Headbones mentioned something about oil being used, doesn't he? He did say especially important this very high quality oil which is possible to obtain in Britain. Yeah, that's right. More importantly, it's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So excuse me for a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry. I expect it just became as there's much finding around here. This approaches December's business card with no address to the man. There is a smear of machine oil in the reserve. We'll find Troms eventually. Oh my, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn to my heels and go straight home via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets. Well, that sound like that. I think forward to returning 6 months away from now. They just don't have any swarms anywhere. That's strange. You could have been investigating the abduction of the waxworks. Oh well, I suppose we just have to come back again later. I need to go back here. Wait, I'm back here. I can't go to the... I missed a bit then, sorry. No, October, the Great Exhibition Ground, foot of the old Crystal Tower. She has a puppy! I had no idea there's so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It seems packed here already today. Further, I've taken 2 steps just make our way through the... Oh god. Feels like they're taking 2 hours. We must take you for... I feel as though it's taken 2 hours just to make it the way through the crowd at this point. Hasn't it? Hasn't it? I shouldn't say... That your dad... Oh gosh, I wish I would use episodes as mine sometimes. Gosh. There you are! I have a feeling I'll be showing your face for long. Ah, Dr. Gregson, you hear those hard as well?
Oh, greetings here. I hope you... Oh, greetings here. I hope you're keeping up with your world since we last met. What's about the ceremony? We just saw each other this morning. Not you, Sublime. The gentlewoman is like so excited to your, totally to your right side. Oh. Well, thank you, Inspector. Might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still important Englishman gentleman's heart. Very important for probably to my graduate. As your boys suggest, we're hopping up to the scene next to one more. What? Well, we're gonna do some relevance. Go on, get on over here, Gina. But there's a puppy. She seems to be busy playing with a puppy. I just wait for my tea to arrive. Once I get my tea, I'll be fried as rain. She's so busy playing with a puppy, probably giving it to... Gina? She's a police officer now. Amazing, isn't it? She's a good luck. She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place always. She's just got detention bug. Detention bug, after me. Yep, I think she'll follow my footsteps, naturally. What do you mean? Oh, I've been transferred. It's time to say goodbye to London. Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. We were going to post. We're going to be posted. So we'll come to see now and then. See, I'm getting hungry. Ha! It's not lucky, but you're welcome to try if you don't mind a trip to France. That is. To France? I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be up right in the alley. But France, that's an extremely different country. Do you understand what we sent there for? That's why it's adult work for adult. It's adult world works, sunshine. And now don't go poking your nose where I don't want it. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go. Wait, take the kid to Paris? Well, can't leave her in London. You know, what kind of a... That's a... Suppose you'd worry she'd slip back into pickpocketing. I don't think he's worried about pickpocketing. Her pickpocketing, no. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, of course. So that's playing Inspector's Ghost in mind too, is it? Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina. Don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. Hey, Jeannie, go on to France. Really? Well, I best keep driving the Diva safe from sound until it's all over, at least. Oi! You're calling a bloomin' diving Diva again. You heard that, did ya? Alright, well, any questions about the scene? You can put them to all capable detectives over here. Alright, you heard the boss. Inspector Lonsday in charge, here and now. So I better keep my mind on important things about Paris.
So, Gina, you got a new dog with you, have you?
I will murder your entire families and eat their souls. At the right slave.
Isn't it great? Toby his name.
Oh, delightful and absolutely adorable. Yes, he does seem lovely. But it's not supposing Inspector Gregson isn't paying in mind, to be honest. Investigating the scene. Gina, we're actually hoping you could investigate the scene again.
Yeah, alright. If you iron an area out, I can watch you white.
Oh, that's right, isn't it?
I'm going to play with my little new friend here.
Freemasons will rule the country.
Ah, yes, Toby. The machine that exploded at the top of the stairs, I presume. I haven't seen it yet. I don't mind if I...
Sorry, I can't go up there, Suze.
Oh?
So total... Oh, yes, I haven't allowed to hear that wreck.
What's it called again? The reason we aren't supposed to touch it? The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What were you thinking of?
That's the one. That's why they only let them not allowed to investigate it. What they're called again? The forensic something.
The Forensic Investigation Team. Is that what you're thinking of?
That's the one, yeah.
But isn't the case the Special Dispensation been lifted?
I think so. I don't really get it, but the truth with you,
You're still supposed to get permission from the bigwig. As far as I know.
what was his name again? Lord Strange something?
I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps.
That's the one, yeah.
Apparently he's always watching stuff like this for something. Without London Strongheart press permission, we can't investigate the stage.
It was great, wasn't it? I had a right laugh. That's a new one to me. You know, being in court, I'm not spending the whole time worrying about being found out.
You did keep an awful lot of secrets all of your previous court appearances, didn't you?
Yeah, I'd have made things hard for me every single time and all.
Just doing my job, Gina.
But watching someone else get the deck, a lot of fun actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor, dodgy experiment, total fix.
The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is not his client. Yes, it's starting to wish, and I'm starting to wish he wasn't though.
I feel sorry for setting off the impossible.
What do you mean?
As he is supposed to be arresting the other cover, ain't the time tomorrow at all. You know, dodgy engineer. What's his name again?
Mr. Deba, you mean? Mr. Coach Deba.
That's the one, yeah.
Just looking for the mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess that should be it.
Explaining too much about my boss asked me to play. Hey, give it a good gut.
Oh dear. I do wonder if it's actually from all the friend food. The Scotland Yard is trying to track down Mr. Encroach Deba. I wonder if it any luck.
He's a really funny looking. Got two eyes, but they don't match. So look up the picture of them earlier. I mean, I don't actually picture it or nothing. The old devil's got it.
Sorry, who?
You know, the Scaling Reaper. What's always goggling down glasses, the bloody rink plug.
Ah, Lord Van Zeke.
He got my blood in that glass too. He just came up here one night and drained it from me. Crazy. He's always at it for me. The cover I don't want to see running around about my mind. But it won't be plenty good boss that goes.
You'd rather be at Reaper's apprentice than the Reaper's detective trainee. The way I see it, it's a choice between chip guzzling detective and a chalice juggling demigod. You're easily bad with both.
I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of that like that.
Glad we put it to bed.
Anyway, the point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But there doesn't seem to be any clue on where it's stuck. There's nothing that can lead us to Demeter at all. Where'd you find that little mutt then, Gina? Oi, don't be flaming rude, Otto. Slight overreaction, don't you think? Yeah, no mutt, alright. Toby's... Oh, how'd they put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective.
I will hunt you down and find you, no matter where you go in the world. My beady black eyes will be the death of your soul.
I ain't giving a popper's eye on nothing. Chief Inspector Toby's here. More like senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? Oh, he's a police dog, is he? Police recruit dogs now. I've heard they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. Used for tracing down criminals and such like. That'd be a wonderful sense of smell, and after all that. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, just so it happens. Until the undergarments have been freshly laundered, reminding us that haven't. Ha! I don't think about this little fella, Otto.
I can sense the fear in your soul.
Oh, really? Look at what the boss said. What's he's got your good with of your body, George? You changed the sense of it. He's holding him like a fucking gun. What? What the side of the what? What do you mean? You can swim? Mr. Naruto, I think you have a little missed the point by a rather wide margin. I just can't believe the little dog has such incredible skill. Tell you what, I know, there's gonna be more dogs doing better for police in the future. Yes, I agree. Right? All these days, we'll be barking orders to a lot of us. And not the other way around. Oh dear, Sister Gina. I don't think I agree to your visions quite so much. Anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby here is a brilliant plan for his dog.
Next time I bark, your soul leave your body.
Found down his end the other day. Someone just chucked him out on the street. There you go. I knew she'd lifted it from someone else somewhere. Oh Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals.
Pretty sure there's a witch with him. Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? I wonder. I've seen her before.
Ah, the young champion of the courts! It's 6 in the morning on the sand. You have thrown the entire government into disarray as a result.
Oh. You mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment?
The sham science has been distracted London's great exhibition. Has been made look foolish, and now pushers are scrambling to respond. One of my Zeeks is on Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing.
Oh dear, it means I caused much trouble.
None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. Special Judgment investigation of the scene is now been annulled for later today. Once it happens, my forensic team will move in and deal with the scraps of the metal in no time.
It's got metal now, huh, is it? Head to later then, Lord Strongheart.
Ah yes, my robot, thank you.
Beep, boop, boo. Who was that?
That was Dr. Courtney Stice, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. She's leading the forensic investigation of the team holding the case. She just delivered the report about the victim in fact.
Oh, I see. If it was Assman.
Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the officer to evaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded, so if you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her at the forensic laboratory.
Alright.
Now that you've seen me about, I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time.
He's not running so quite particularly late anymore. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force will become the most exceptional in the world. For that happens, it's impressive and we embrace the forensic science everything has to offer. We first created the forensic institution team years ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way.
Goodness, a year ago.
Next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work in the world. And once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of the full-scale forensic division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine. The criminal will be suffered dearly. What do you mean? For too long, scoundrels have made mockery of our legal system by false evidence and bribes. But London's scum will be about to be rounded up and burnt to the fires of hell. I intend to see to it personally. Creating the finest police world known to President of Honor. That's our future. Sir, you have 3 more little birds. Please use them wisely. His eyes, they mean every word. Dr. Stein is an extremely reliable coroner. I officially established the forensic division of the Scotland Yard. It will return to the right-hand woman. Now then, here you go, the Stenhouse, Miss Mercabra.
Oh, yes, my lord.
Your father should be on high seas as we speak, making his way here into Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand will arrive beginning of next month.
Are you acquainted with Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mercabra, I mean. It was many years ago now, but yes. I remember Mr. Document very well. If my memory serves me, it was some 15 years ago now. My father came to Britain to visiting student.
It was a year ago Rosie was born, so yes, 16 years ago in fact.
Back when I was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Joker accomplished him the young promising judge. The politicians, the potencies of the Japanese at the time inspired youth greatly. Not that I wish to imply into the kindness of our part in any way. I don't think you were. But the member studied forensics in London's large hospitals. St. Sonia, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Seif was also there when it happened.
Then, Dr. Seif knows my father does.
She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt that they pass across regularly. But no doubt they know each other superficially. After all, Dr. Magoda was studying the subject of 6 years in total.
6 years. It's a long time to study abroad, isn't it? I was my grandmother for those years.
So he left you a newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years.
It was rather turbulent time at home.
Oh?
My father wants a reason to get away. What do you mean? Why?
Well, clearly something that was going on at that time. Lord, what? I didn't choose that one. I chose Lord Van Zeke. What the fuck? Damn game.
What else about Lord Van Zeke, actually? Apparently his older brother was killed some years ago. In a mass murder known as the Professor who targeted nobles and royalty, is that right?
You Japanese you guys are thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could have said it was that very incident that gave the rise to the Reaper.
What, why?
When his brother was murdered, it was just after the young broker graduated from the University of London and became prosecutor. An obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction and sort of started disappearing. Rumors could have spread through the capital. London is starting to say that whenever Brock Van Zeke went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind.
My word! So Lord Van Zeke isn't the Reaper? It's the ghost of his brother!
Ever since that time, he's become very aloof, figuring out London's legal circles. yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. Best place hairbrain's expendable machine. I'd like permission to examine the remains, if possible. Are you well versed in science then? Not even in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject until recently. Well then, special dispensation legally preventing the patient's machine is currently being annulled. In a few hours, Dr. C's team and forensic methods will begin their investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you don't touch nothing. Thank you. Being able to look is better than nothing. I'll be able to see it too. And your time is up. You have excused me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you were so busy, my lord. I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium. You understand? Oh, it's so confusing. It's like, does like jumps. I can't see Van Zeke. Maybe this is it. That's just a laboratory. He himself really salty nose. There's plenty of salt on the eyes here too. There's not those shit. The doctor isn't here. Have a good night. Have a good night, Dragon J. What's his choice you become, Miss Sadaso? We could have looked around, being careful not to upset any relatives' souls. That's like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't twitched since it came in here. Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Nardo. Ah, I'm afraid you're going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself that it's always just sleeping with their eyes open. And I think perhaps you were wise to put something like that in the dumb and doll on display in the office instead. This is Dr. Chi's desk. I would not like to work in the place like this. Very tidy though, isn't it, Mr. Nardo? Imagine how efficient she must do her work. The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smells don't do for you. Not to mention the scouts are watching over you as you work. They'd be bad for your nerves. I'm all skin and bones, you could say. Well, valid concerns, I suppose. Get to cope with one-eyed drum doll watching over me. That's all. The bottles on the shelves, the cabinets, are stocked with chemicals. These ones are labeled highly toxic. That's worrying because when nothing that looks like a salt and pepper shakers in here. Oh yes, they actually say salt and pepper on them. Totally probably spends a lot of time in the room, I suppose. She actually made meals here sometimes. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. Look at this. What's a magnificent display case? Cherrywood polished, size sheen, and interior carvings to joy behold. Once again, it really makes this very skilled, aren't they? You have nothing to say about the skeleton inside Mr. Nardo? Miss Sadaso, I can't tell you I've been trying very hard to avoid talking that very terrifying content right now. That's how I cope. I'll be sure to remember that from now on. I've got a bone to pick with you. They were shut pools. We consider its isolation looks quite innocent. So why is this when you put them side by side, they seem horribly disturbing. It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing as a large tome that opens the desk might make someone me so. How can you make a tangerine bookwork with this acid odor and chemicals in the air? You're either a cast iron constitution or a really terrible sense of smell. Those large jars seem to have
pale things floating around inside them. Suppose they're fruit liqueurs or something, or pickled and boiled ponds back home. Our fathers had those like those just in the library as well. I expect they're human organs for preserving solutions. So many examples of rare medical conditions. You said it so? There's something in the world that is perfectly fine never to know about. Ever. Oh. And I just said I'm sure they were fruit and the fruit liqueurs and antibiotics, aren't they? Of course. What a baby. Stage out there, we can set up. It's very high, isn't it? About the 30 feet, I believe. Or 9 meters, if you prefer. Craning your neck out to see it, so it hurts after a while, doesn't it? You need to get there to look around properly. Although, if I'm honest, climbing all those stairs makes my chest hurt. Oh dear, I think perhaps you should exercise more, Mr. Naruto. Let me up! I'm Gina. We're actually hoping that you could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If you're around here, you can watch your eye. Oh, that's alright, isn't it? I'm only playing with my little friend here.
I will kill you. Your soul is delicious. There's no escaping my cute face. Pet me in fervence and surrender.
Ah, yes, Toby. She exploded on top of these stairs, I presume. I haven't seen it yet. I wonder if I don't mind. Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. Oh? I got told you yesterday. And you're not allowed in that wreck. What's called again? The reasonable... blah, 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 blah. What's his name again? Lord Strongheart. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, Pat. Yeah, that's the one, right? Alright. Actually, we just were 6 weeks Lord Strongheart. Yeah? You what? You met him? Last time the boss called him again, I went 3 hours to Cuff's office and it came up with the surveillance Slytherin. Tragic. Well, Lord Strongheart's given us permission to examine the scene, as long as we don't touch nothing. Oh yeah? Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it, and he'll never eat another chip again in his life. So you're still saying it was above the board, are ya? I'm sure everything will be fine. It'll really be tragic. Alright then. I'm up the stairs, off you go. Hey, thank you, Gina. I took it up there last time. I guess I just gotta do the normal move now. Or not. Oh, there it is. He says it up to experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we can find out. I made it up. 23rd of October. It's still sparking! Have you turned the power off? Oh my, so this is machine. That was used to deceive people into thinking the confusion had taken place. Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse at the moment. Next story, like Professor Hairbrain went, would also obtain the research grant. Oh no. Professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it. Yes, of course. It's amazing though, isn't it? See how the whole affair is very British. You're right about that. You never know seem to go to this person in Japan, that's for sure. Oh, look. Blah. Oh, Van Zeke, how's he out in daylight? I'm very confused. It burns very carefully and very painfully. I think more or less done here. Why don't we satisfied? Already? He is the Reaper, remember? We'd be able to keep our distance, I think. The information to be here from the top. Perfectly allowed to investigate this machine. As long as we don't touch anything from the top. You mean World Dog Shanghai? Exactly. We can stay here as long and stare at the wreckage as long as we like. She could be in the center of explosion and there's still been bent her steel will. Boop. Yeah, they're on the Ferris wheel. I was fucking what's wrong? Not the fucking Ferris wheel. Fuck you. Are you a little scared of heights, Mr. Naruto? Not that I'm scared at all. I just staying on the ground seems much safer. Well, perhaps I shall ask Iris and Mr. Shrooms to accompany you on it then in that case. When you put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try. Oh dear. It's complicated for you, isn't it? Let's approach the man in the world winner 10 years in a row. Be strong, Naruto. I cut you and your sister is firmly firm behind you. One Van Zeke. Do you like that as my vampire teleport technique? Nunny. Well, bit of weather today, isn't it? Hey, Will, thank you so much for following. Welcome to the stream. I thought you were making quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Blah. Apparently, your Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. So what are you doing here? I think the area also hooted. Oh well, the thing is, Lord Chief Justice Strong Ice granted us permission to investigate, on the condition we don't disturb anything. Blah, I know of matters to disturb me. Ah! Never mind, state of business then. Come to think of it, there's quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zeke about. Not least which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. Ask away, Naruto. Let you try. So, Clint. Was the name of your older brother, I understand. Lord Van Zeke's? Blah. You're Japanese. Always have been on guard whenever you're around. So you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, not like that. We're alright, a bit like that. Blah. My other brother was also a puzzle star. He was the pride of the Van Zeke family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? Something funny? Blah, that extent of what you have discovered, is it? You shouldn't be surprised. Sorry, there's more to it then? Lackluster work, as much your trademark, isn't it? Ah, you're really too kind, you bastard asshole, dickwad. So tell me, what interested you in Hatag incidents? That's what happens, Lord Van Zeke. A rather curious case that came to our attention. Are you aware of Madame Turnspell's museum or waxworks by any chance? Blah, I am naturally. I believe since last month it features one of the displays there, but products gone. Of course, even Reaper the Bailey would be exhibited there, isn't it? Well, particularly waxwork has been stolen from the place. Held for ransom. Blah. Particularly waxworks, which... Wait, you mean? Yes, the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak. Blah. I was unaware of that. It turns white as a sheet. Blah. The police are trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Debiter, already? Blah. That goes without saying. But we're very keen to find him as well.
Trouble is, we have not much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which was, according to Professor Hairbrain, was a tall, thin gentleman with who has straight white hair wearing a black monocle. Blah. I was just wondering. I mean, I realize you're probably not possible, but we very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Wow, Tozo-san really knows how to take the bulls by the horns. Blah. Fine, why not? We were filtered after the man here to investigation 10 years ago. Although it appears you already had the black monocle at the time. Blah, what? Oh, no, nothing. I'm surprised that you shared it with us. Blah. We need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we'll have to everything possible we can to track him down in the short time available. So why? We want to photograph. Alucard. Alucard. Oh, Alucard. Whenever I think of Alucard, I can't think of goddamn Team 4 Stars, Team 4 Stars, Hellsing Abridged. Sometimes it works out at all. Blah. Ah, Ezio, you have arrived. Ah, the fire cousin for tomorrow. Thank you. Are you alright? Who is this man? Mr. Naruto? Looks Zeke's apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Sato-san can see it too. I bet you it's Kazuma. Lord Van Zeke, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment? Blah, with him? Why? Kazuma-sama. Kazuma? I don't believe it. Your posture, your presence, it can only be you. It's you, Kazuma-sama. But there's no heroic wind blowing his cape. It can't be him. I feel something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure, as if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Wait. Too late. And you hear in the background, ah! An eagle cries. He jumps off the edge. Blah, what's going on here? Blah, what's your to the man upon us exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having a presence before. I left Britain 6 months ago. Blah. The contact was with me about 3 months ago now. With instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? Blah. The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten everything in last detail about himself. He has amnesia? Tomorrow he will be appearing in court at my side. What? Nani? He serves my judicial assistant on Lord Darknight's orders. He will call with us. Blah. Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this convention has run its course. Legally back! Now wait till tomorrow when you'll feel like you've been hit by a goddamn truck. Blah. Oh, thank you. Blah. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Tozo-san calls out like that, he really seems to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama. Whichever version must have been. Even the steel girders are buckled and twisted in the blast. Well, the crawler birdcage is right in the middle. Wait. That was like a hatch that can drop down. You can open up and the thing will just fall down. Not there. Weapons I know. They made a growling over the floor. Looks like as though it's designed to open. It does, doesn't it? The floor had opened up at the moment the explosion occurred. The birdcage would have dropped in through disappeared from sight. I don't think there's any doubt about it. This is a very elaborate hoax, is there? This wasn't here yesterday. Really? If I'm not mistaken, it's the cage the victim was standing in before it appeared beamed in the air. That's right, the birdcage. According to what Professor Harebrain said in court, it made of wood. More precisely Japanese cypress, I think. Despite having an explosion and falling from the great height, it's relatively never harmed. What wonderful durable construction. When you say Mr. Nodo? I understand that the forensic team taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose it must have been brought back here when they finished their work. But sadly not with the body inside. No, that's right. I know we're given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still, it's a too important piece of evidence to overlook. We might need to look for the trial. I'm touching it. Ooh, not touching it. Oh, look here, Sadaso. Oh, yes. It's cracked and broken a little. I suppose it's because it fell from such height. Yes, from the height which the balloon was flying, down the crystal tower below. I fall by about 30 feet, or 9 meters, leaving the man inside tragically dead. But it hit feet first, not head first. The guy's neck was broken, but if it hit feet first. There is 2 monocles. Okay, so I probably accidentally. So turns out there was a hidden 4th balloon at the parade, which you can see here, being shot by the crossbow. And inside the balloon was a fake birdcage with the victim in it. The entire presentation was forged. So now we're looking for this guy who made the phony machine. It was forged so they could scam money. The doctor had no idea. Are you already... You had already met the masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Nodo? Yes, yesterday. In fact, Lord Van Zeek's office. I see. And if Cosmo's son really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. I know. We're going to need to speak to him about that. Bleh, you got that to leave now. The forensic investigation team is due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? A 9-foot fall to a broken neck problem. Now get the fuck out of here. Well, we can withdraw without that. Alright, we're going away. Let's go, Mr. Sadaso. But if I land on you, I can survive the drop. Let's stay. No, we're leaving. Hey, Gina. Also, Gina is a puppy. Gina acquired dog. It's like a black Labrador. Hey, Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Nope, not here. Where are you hiding, Mr. Sholmes? I'll find you. Gina, we're actually hoping that you could investigate the scene again.
Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you want.
Oh, that's alright, is it?
We're playing with my little friend here.
I will eat everything you own. Your soul, your eyes, your liver too, Woof.
Ah yes, Toby. Apparently I can look around the stage now, because the forensic teams are all at work. Can't do anything about Gina. You know, the capability of the leader inspector.
Look, I'd like to help you out. Well, I'm just a trainee, ain't I? Ain't nothing I can do.
It suits you, yes. Ah, the Crystal Tower. I can't believe seeing such a construction with my own eyes. I'm really looking forward to the Great Exhibition Avenue, Mr. Tadaso.
Oh yes, I found out I'd been returned to Japan. I was afraid I cursed my luck.
But you're back in London, gazing upon the magnificent tower.
I know, even has a giant hole in it from where someone died. It's amazing.
I cursed my luck so harshly.
Look at this big thick book here. Look at this big thick book here. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. A record of forensic investigation team spending, I think. Oh.
What is it?
It's clear that the team purchased various equipment and supplies monthly basis. One trade seems rather strange.
Really?
In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500!
Must be working really hard on those dissecting corpses.
I don't know. The usual autopsies are only carried out in certain circumstances. The other ways can be sharpened too.
That seems a bit strange. You're right. 500 scalpels a month. Could they be possibly using them all for?
Beep. What are you doing?
Ah.
Boop, beep, boop.
Oh, so we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so.
Beep. So, you thought you would sleep around. That is acceptable to you people from the east, is it? Well, what do you want? End of line.
Well, Lochonga told us to see you. That is, you examined the victim's body, Mr. Asman's body, I mean?
Processing.
If you understand your findings, on Lord Shanhart's advice.
Very well, access granted. If the Lord Chief Justice has given you consent, I will tell you what the investigation has revealed. Please, when we are done, you must leave immediately. Beep. So, what do you want to know about the forensic investigation determined by the examination of the scene? Beep boop. The victim, Edmund San, who disappeared from the experiment stage amidst the explosion, and Dr. Anderson, who appeared moments later apart away from Crystal Tower. Without question, one and the same person. The same team calculation. Beep boop. But that can't be right. Beep. If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Beep boop. Let's see. If people look very similar to each other, were involved, they could have made it appear as one single person switched places. Well, couldn't they? Beep beep. Very true. Process is complete, but sadly, this is an incident that is not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. Beep boop. Fingerprints at the scene are quite evident. Fingerprints? They are not officially recognized as forensic evidence, but in British justice system. Beep boop.
but one day they were used for investigating AIDS and a matter of course. But that would mean intensious kinesis actually took place. So where does this leave us? Beep boop. Processing. Insert router start noises. My team had tasked with investigating, and not draw conclusions. End of line. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body moved from one place to another. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. Made the whole thing even more of a mystery. I wish I had a voice filter for this.
Are you my mummy?
Ah! Where'd she spring from? Did she just call the doctor Mama? This is Lawyer, dear.
Oh,
Hello, nice to meet you. Pleased to meet you.
are you my mummy?
I'm the Fatata.
Mama.
Beep. Acknowledged.
Mummy, can I cut this one up?
Nani?
I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I don't know if you look like. You look just like my mummy.
Beep. Of course you can't. Beep. This a live specimen, as you can very well see. Beep boop.
And if I stab him, not anymore.
Boring. I think I just had a near-death experience.
I didn't to know you're pale as a corpse.
Let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. So what are you doing at the moment, Doctor?
Downloading music on LimeWire. It should be fine. Keeping a close eye on important Easterners thinking they could look around my office. Beep boop.
Well, there's such a important Easterners around. How terrible.
I acknowledge you.
She doesn't mince words, does she, sorry. She's a robot. She can't mince words. She's a robot. I think we should pass leave. Where the hell am I supposed to go to next? And they're supposed to present something to the. I can't present anything to her. Give me to make this.
Oh yes! That's what I did to prove my hypothesis, isn't it?
No. There's nothing to do with your hypothesis, actually.
Then take it away! I don't want to be bothered with anything that doesn't make sense. My science!
Alright. Keep your abundant hair on. You're not very much help, man. Mr. Shrooms, are you hiding in here somewhere? You know, honestly, I thought we might never have the opportunity to take the Great Britain.
Certainly, not so soon.
It's funny, for the past 6 months, I haven't been able to work in court. Meanwhile, you've been raising a storm in the Supreme Court of Justice back in Japan.
Oh, please no. I may have been just as a man, but with every performance.
So what's your father in his letter saying that retro takedown is reversed?
Well, anyway, I'm back to the Great Capital now. I assist you again, any way I can.
Thank you, Miss Sadaso. It's my pleasure, Mr. Natado. Unhelpful as always, assistant. Ah yes, the heavy curtain in the middle of the house of the horrors. Well, whenever I was on the side of them, just don't know the terrifying, do you? The sign says, Madam Trespass Special Exhibit. Says you have to pay extra to go inside. I know, can you believe that? Pay more money. As if you haven't already scared enough already. It's not my doing, Mr. Natado. Is he here? Sherms, where are you hiding, you bastard? Guess I go back to the fairgrounds again. The scorching ground mark you mentioned. Yeah, there was left on the green balloon as envelope. Sure, it's all clearly evidence that the balloon exploded on that day before the incident. Oh, Professor Harebrained, I feel first so sorry for him that his dream has been shattered like this. Someone was, well, trying to burst his bubble, wasn't they? Ha ha ha! I'm gonna throw you into that building. Through the hole. I'm a bad person. I'm gonna try going up those stairs to the stage area now. We're both in the forensic investigation team. It would seem like we've been trying to cause trouble. Gina, let's take a look at. Oh wait, where did it go? Ha! Looking for this, Otto. Don't you do that? I wish we got have nothing to show me, huh? What do you reckon? Give me that back first, please. That she's not in the room. I can't, and if they're not in front of the camera, you can't present anything to them. No. If they're not standing in front of you, you can't present anything. Fortunately, there's also I can't change there's nowhere else to look in this room, so she's not here. Well, time for the fun part. I hate doing this. Time to look at everything I own. What do you make of this? Oh, there's Gina. Yeah, I'm still learning my letters in the moment. I know A to E, so if you ain't that much of bleeding trouble. Oh, actually, Gina, the back of this card is important. Eh? How come? They can use the dog to find. I can use the dog to find the scent. Just dirty old smudge in the back, that's all. Turns out this is very high quality French medicine oil. A very particular scent, apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff then. You sure? It doesn't smell like nothing. I know, but I don't mean you should smell it. Alright. You mean Toby?
Whose soul am I eating today? Give me souls. I'm hungry.
He said the smell is good. He can check the people over the oceans, right? Can't he?
Press turbine is almost the oil is unique to Jimin's workshop. I think it's picked up the scent. So you mean you follow the scent of the oil? Come on, Toby could lead us to the Dodgy Cove's workshop. That's right. It's similar we were hoping. Alright then, I'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. But wait, where did you? Want to pickpocket? If I can lead you anyone to the Debbie's workshop, it'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted. Poor Gregson. Alright then, Otto, leave it to me. Sorry? We're gonna get going after the dodgy engineer cove. Just this minute. Oh, but hang on. It's supposed to be someone on guard duty this time. I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get going with our investigation as well, Gina. Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. I can't be with me what's getting to my neck. Oh, be the boss. Poor Gregson again. I will kill you. Alright, Toby. Got the oil scent, have ya? Come on then, boy. See ya. I hope the scent of that oil leads into the swindler's workshop. Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can do here for now. If we could just determine whether or not we're about to Dover. I'm sure Gina's little Toby won't let us down. Now then, I think we ought to try and speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point. We have things to discuss and dying to meet him after all these months. Yes, it's quite possible you might know where something useful. You're right. We ought to find him at Madame Turnspell's. He's supposed to be working there. It's a temporary work waxes a bit. Yes, Iris, tell me about the unusual venture. Oh, I still love the scene of him standing there. Iris kicks him, like, see, it's just wax, and like you see him reeling in the background in pain. That's what I'm looking for. Here we are again, at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't gotten used to the place yet. I'd still like to turn my heels and go straight home. By the confectionery, of course. This one really is after some sweets today, isn't she? Eek! What's the matter? Look, Mr. Nando, look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure that wasn't there before. Ah, here he is. This looks like Mr. Sholmes, down to the very last detail. Aha! What is it? Alright, well, don't worry. Sorry. I think you'll find that temporary waxworks himself. Where? My friend, the delicate employee. Oh yes, hello again. Miss Renesco Nado. I must say, you're quite spellbound, the great detective. He's a marvel. My precious waxworks already were back where it belongs. You don't mean... Oh yes, those three are solved already. Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really get engaged in his brain when he's hungry enough. So you can see, he's returned to his habitual duties. Yes. His habitual duties? Alas, do not disturb her. Poor Sada-san. He looks very perplexed. Oh, Mr. Shank, oh, Mr. Mr. Sholmes. I'm gonna tickle you till you talk. We really don't need to speak with Sholmes. I'm looking to say hello again. But where is he? He's pretty I think you might find he's quite nearby, actually. What do you... Indeed, my dear fellows, this is I! The world-famous detective, Waxwork, Sherlock Sholmes! She passed out. She just fucking died at the end. Fade to black. Game's over. Everyone go home now. Goodbye. My most humble apologies. I thought I died.
I'd go to eternal paradise for a moment. Via London.
My dear madame, allow me to make amends by offering you this tasty-free deduction at some point.
As long as it's not questionable street food quality. I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes?
Merely a secret identity, you understand? The case is largely solved now.
Largely solved. We're talking about the waxwork deduction, I presume?
Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was an easy purple pie. Although I confess, I'm yet to partake in the pie, but the proverbial or otherwise, or any food today for that matter.
That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So how did you manage to solve it so quickly?
Ah, well, do you remember what I said largely was largely solved? Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit, and you are familiar with the so-called telephone.
Ah yes, the most modern invention. It allows you to hold conversation with people far away. So in Japan, only Imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet.
This morning, the telephone call received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, it was returned.
That's amazing.
Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit always intended to return the stolen wax at any event.
Oh, but I thought it was every responsible had demanded a ransom, no?
Yes, I think perhaps that the demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding their true motive.
But does that not mean your negotiation was entirely unnecessary?
Fuck you! In fact, I must ask you to keep from Madame Cecil's at all costs. Hungry young Iris awaits for you to return to Bakestreet after all.
Poor Iris.
Now then, it is you have some business with me at the Great Waxwork.
We're in the process of trying to track down someone down.
Oh!
Yes, he's named by the name of Encroached Derbider. He's a swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer built the kinesis machine.
A swindler and an engineer. Quite a modern man.
He also seems to be conscious of sorts, too, with a considerable knowledge of the stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. We have so few clues to go on. That's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas?
I have no data yet. It's a capital mistake to have good ideas before he has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least I might be in a better position to help.
Yes, David's appearance.
Fortunately, however, I presently have a little cock by myself, so until I fill my stomach. As soon as you find a clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it.
Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us?
Ah, my dear Naruto, I say that pissing's there. What's this about?
Last winter, when we were first on the way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words are very clear.
So then, let's unravel the mystery and discover what events led to the curious murder.
You told us that it was a murder, and yet it seems customers and you examined Customers' body.
Indeed, and worse than lies the problem.
We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Osogi.
You're quite sure?
He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yeah, I'm quite sure it was Kazuma-sama. You must know that the time, Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead.
Well, I can only assume that I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But that fellow wasn't dead after all! Priceless. I don't suppose the performance would pass muster, would it, Matinado?
I could believe that your crewmen present at the time made a mistake, but not you, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm going to tell you something. First importance of my dear fellow. Great detectives are
Great drivers are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid all I can say. Well, screw you two. Mr. Jones, you cast your eyes over to this photographic print of Mr. Encroached Debitor, the face of the engineer we seek. Wow, the Englishman looks broadly the same, of course. So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Oh yes, forgive me. Very interesting in this. Very interesting indeed. Oh, what's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You could look quite pale all of a sudden. I said it was Kazuma before I even met the guy. Like, I saw him kneeling and I'm like, $5 says that's Kazuma. He was kneeling like a Japanese man. I suggested, Mr. Nardo. Will you indulge me? Oh well, what is it? I explained to you when I arrived that our missing waxwork has been returned. I personally reinstalled the exhibition from which it was taken behind those thick curtains. Oh yes, the professor's exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings. It's a special, one-time only price, you understand. What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Would you like to see the fruits of my labour? Oh well, we do have rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone. The price is very reasonable, 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's very well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? I'm sure you need to learn to look at my expression. Discern the seriousness of my silliness. I can never tell with you. That's the point. Very well then, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. My money, no! Gratefully received. So, a little bit of wait behind the curtains. I invite you to pursue it at your leisure. Arrivederci! Well, money's been spent, so should have looked at the special exhibit. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. There's heavy curtains at least. No. Ah, really? Screw you, game. I mean, it's so dramatic. 5 shillings we've had to pay. Doesn't seem right somehow Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. Ah, we could ask Gina to retrieve it for us. Use their special skills. Pickpocketing the police officers and diddling detectives. That one makes Britain great. Not to mention the demigod prosecutors who taking the law into their own hands with chip-loving inspectors. Inspector Gertrude comes off rather well in that list, I think. Everyone, like, he comes off the best. Oh dear, I feel shivering down my spine as soon as I walk in here. Mr. Sataso, I say we return heels and send straight home via the big confectionery. We certainly cannot do that. We've paid 5 shillings already. True. Actually, now that I'm looking at it a little more closely, we've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective, far more terrifying than anything else in this place. This must be what the show meant when he said, largely unsolved. Be it that it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied that we clearly engineering is here, didn't he? Where? We paid our 5 shillings, let's do the 5 shillings worth of investigating, shall we? Yes, we shall get what we paid for. Is it the fear of frustration that making Sitaso's voice tremble? This one exhibit. It's just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. And even a young man in white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand too. Look. Perhaps we should investigate that a little more detail. Wanna bet it's the wanna bet it's the guy? What's this here? Well, it would appear to be a lens in the middle or so. I believe it's probably a camera. A camera? But it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Sholmes' skin prints? See, perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' adventures as exceptions to the rules. But anyway, why don't we sleep in the graveyard with the camera? I wonder. Perhaps by trying to capture the moment dead body came back to the ghost on film. We just borrow this for a little while, I think. Yoink! Looking at this photographic plate inside camera, we see the picture was taken. The photographic plate? A piece of glass coated in special instrument reacts to the light coming from the lens. If we open up the cover of the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. We shoot ourselves to the sun. Besides those shillings. But you really like machinery, don't you? I love to, but I can't because I'm stuck in this. I can't see his face very well, can you? As if oh, do you think you should be inhaling the Tornado? I'll put it back like it was, don't worry. Ah, what on earth? How can... I don't believe it. The black monocle. So no, is that possible the man is... Yes. A Coach Debiter. Oh, his face. It's gotta be something different, but I'm mistakenly him. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. Mr. Sholmes. This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that is. That's right. Just who is this man, and why the hell is he in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? Head was missing. The model was returned, but the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then in that case, it isn't solved yet, is it? Did I not say to myself? I say myself, largely solved. Now, my words, I believe. I believe I located the missing head. Tout to this week, as Madame would say, will be in grave trouble. A very hungry Iris will still await at home to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Ah. Do you know, though, something about this room? It's strange. Strange? What do you mean? The display in the House of Horrors is supposed to depict real events, are they not? Into that, Mr. So, do go on. And terrifying as they are, the scene in the other exhibit are believable. But this one... See you soon, Erdno. Legally, Erdno is the Norwegian person I play games with on the weekends. He should really join my goddamn stream Discord, but he's too lazy. This surely couldn't ever really happen, could it? I think it's time to educate you a little. By the date of incident involving the Professor 10 years ago. That's my job. I told you a little about the professors yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the trust, aristocracy, or royalty. They're all attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped out of their bodies. Oh gosh, an enormous hound? How awful. After taking the lives of such 5 victims, the killer was apprehended. And the case was unpredictably magnitude of the Britain, you understand accordingly. The professor was tried in closed court, though members of the public were permitted. Closed court? You mean the professor in identity? As you summarized, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Later he was found guilty and summarily sentenced to death by hanging. Naturally, he was found guilty and summarily sentenced by hanging. He was buried in a grave in the Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison, where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair. Oh?
The very night he was buried, the convict man came back to life. Came back to life? He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged in the ruin-like graveyard. The video depicts the very scene described by the sole witness to the clearing events. There was a witness, and of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in white overcoat. He approached the bar. He saw it happen. So this waxworks model of Ekrosh Deba. 10 years ago, graphic professor, having decapitated and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to the unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, you would say he was 20 or so years old. That's so horrifying. Scared out of his wits, the young David ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what happened in this scene may have turned his hair white overnight. I see that's how the photographs of him, he's completely white. For the following few days, the story had been seen. It was in front of every front page of the Capitol. People were frantic at every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit even created here, Madame Turnsville. I can't understand why the man's hair turned white so certainly. That's what I would understand. Is Mr. Meadows going to do in the first place? And alone in the graveyard in the middle of the night. Yes, and what was he up to? He has a shovel. Professor X's terror threw London's upper classes into a complete panic 10 years ago. There was a great scandal, one might say, very highest level of society. And since the killer identity has never been made public, rumors are abound. After all, no killer has ever been forced to physically employ the dog as a weapon as a murder. As I can imagine the impact my case might have had. This is a Phoenix Wright game. I can imagine the impact the case might have had. By the time, of course, the rumors are abated. So he did talk of the shock of the witness account the convict came back to life. I was forgotten this mysterious ghost story, a perpetuous parlor tale. But why did people stop believing it? Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? Police investigators gave case entry, published their findings. The Homeless body was found buried exactly where it had been following the execution. No, that would mean that Mr. Deber must have lied to police and newspapers. That would appear to be the only logical explanation. Yes. The man subsequently vanished from society, nothing more was heard of this scene. And Bank of Bogota, his name is Sherlock Sholmes, you know, Sherlock Holmes, but the H and S are backwards. Rather striking then. You should resurface now, don't you think? Of course, convicted of murder didn't really have to come back to life. It's not possible. But Mr. Dever's hair, unusually white, is that really what happened overnight as a result of a shock? It's hard to believe an incident was out and out lie. That must be the killer. The fiend who knows as Professor. Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tespal said, the killer's 5 victims, all of them noble royal blood. The waxworks is so lifelike, isn't it? Like the models are in this place. I know, it looks like they could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only they had a head, that is. Perhaps we could examine a little more detail. So this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by the guillotine, but unable to find a piece. Yeah, and emerged from his grave as a headless ghost. Good to devine such terrifying ideas, Miss Sedaso. Anyway, I'm sure the models had the head once. There's a metal fitting there, see? Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it. That's the extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps The thief absentmindedly forgot to include the head when he returned it to the museum. That would be extremely absent-minded of the thief. Could there be more reason why there's only a head that was returned? Well, whatever the reason, it means we don't know the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught inside the convict's jacket. Just here. Looks like a piece of broken glass. Quite a piece too. Very thick, isn't it? About five times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say. Where'd such a thick piece of glass come from, I wonder? It must have been made thick to increase its strength. But why? It's probably from, the giant glass tower that was smashed into. Perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area. The big building, for example. We've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some glass broken too. You don't mean... Exactly. The Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. But why would the glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside the waxworks jacket? It makes you think, doesn't it? Even the quote established that the kin is very thick. Anything of note? Yep. Doesn't be anything of note. This piece of glass, it's almost as thick as it's wide. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. What do you think compared to a human, or only Mr. Jones is such thick-skinned? You really don't need for such comparisons, Mr. Naruto. As you well know. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely. Yes, I think so too. It's probably made especially to meet the demands of the Great Serene structure. Check. Well, there's the fragment of the glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? What the bleeding out doing? What are you going done? What are you going done? Gina, what are you doing here? I asked Iris and she said this is where I would find you be, so Gina! Not so loud at the museum. Madam Tanswell will have you taken position as a workshop if you're not careful. I think there might be more pressing concerns. I said a flash powder from 6 months ago, so alright, Gina, we understand. But please, put down the gun. Sorry, I got scared. You should be trying to be on the other end of the barrel. So what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? I found it. I found the Doggy's Cove workshop. What? You found Zerubbabel's workshop? Yes, and I stuck this solid and ate it because I'm a good boy. Yep. Dobby has no sticks right there. Boss and the others heading over there right now in a drag. So come on. Here's the address. Got the big boss to write it out. Alright, thank you, Gina. We're making our way there at once. Alright then. See you there.
You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still. What? I know my place. It's in the exhibition, in the exhibit over there. Oh dear, someone's feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming. Your words harden me, I must say. But if I were to shirk my duties here, Madam would have me pay monetary recompense for Eris's dinner plate will be empty once more. Forget that. I'll pay for everything. Then there's no more moment to lose, my dear fellow. We shall hail the carriage at once. No offer to share the cost from Sholmes, then. I shall gladly pay for half, Mr. Naruto. Thank you, Shadowso. Right, let's go. A very sad Sholmes. The 23rd of October. Encroach Dober's workshop. That looks like... Oh, it's another super high voltage disk in this machine. Indeed, it would appear so. Well, no, the prototype naturally.
Oh, so there you are.
Your souls look delicious.
Gina, well done for finding this place. In such a little time. You've really worked miracles.
It's over here. He's the miracle worker.
I smell the souls of every living bee.
Jesus Christ, I don't... Oh, I thought you liked what the hell's wrong with your eyes? Wait, are you allergic to dogs? Hello, Inspector. That's one in a brow. Looks like you're eating lemon. A big bag of fish and chips. So, Inspector, what did you to the engineer?
Sadly not. We didn't find our soul here.
Oh, that's a shame.
Well, thank you for letting us know.
Thank you for letting us know this place. Give us a chance to investigate.
According to what Gina tells me, we only found out thanks to the clue you lot turned up. I wouldn't be one to say, go to Paris with a depth of gravity unpaid, now would I?
Thank you.
Anyways, open the sweep around here. Yeah, get cracking. Lord Van Zeke and the forensic investigation are on their way as we speak.
Them again.
I imagine you want to get a picture by now. They don't take kindly to lawyer types.
Right.
Then, my dear fellow, let us turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And new shows. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than a inspicious waxwork model.
Right then, let's see what we can find here. A bow and arrow quiver. This is European style quiver and arrows. Still bolts inside. Oh, you suppose?
Crossbow bolts these. Just like size for the bow you turned up at the exhibition grounds.
In other words,
yep. They have more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Dr. Debers was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam.
here's a trophy.
Ah, this appears to be the most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say?
It's a impressive looking black massager, that's for sure. I doubt if you hit your shoulders a few times that your aches and pains would go away.
It's a fucking trophy, you Eastern idiot! It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist wished to no higher honor.
Ah,
Would you like a massage?
no, I'm fine. Thank you. I had no idea of such grand things.
I think we're coming.
It's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Croce Debber than conjuring tricks.
Oh, I couldn't agree more, madame. Now, how about you, Mr. Dodo? Would you like to take it with you? Your tried soldiers, of course.
He's not going to let that go, is he? Curious though, isn't it? You expect such an important trophy to be proudly displayed somewhere, haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite mysterious at times.
The Star Trophy, call record.
See what we got here. Is anything suspicious? He says a little metal plaque here. Look. Fostering Burgeon talent of future scientific discovery. Seems rather ironic, doesn't it? Clearly Mr. Debber really is a very talented scientist. What's inside? What's in the box? What's in the box? I'm sorry, Mr. Nato. That machine is covered by the Special Defense Acts. It will be serious repercussions if you were to examine it for Crown and the government.
They don't fucking care.
Well, those two don't seem to be holding back.
Quite hollow inside. It's working. No working parts of the virus. Deception. To be seen, my dear fellow. No less change up dropped on the floor and nothing. It's done bone dry, dear fella.
British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Miss Sadiso. What on earth is that thing? An aeroplane, Mr. Nato. One day, scientists believe they'll be able to humans to fly freely in the skies. Is that how the trick will be described? Is it? Sorry? Well, it's actually suspended by a thin, very strong cable, isn't it? Oh, well, this is a model, yes, but the real plane would actually fly in the skies. Or suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Because large models obviously can't really stay in the air unsupported. So too your solution is ever taller towers. It's a car train! I want to talk to Gregson, not these two. I can't talk to Gregson apparently. This door doesn't want to open.
Yeah, looks like got a pretty hefty lock on it. There's a special locksmith on the way. A special locksmith on the way from the yard. No scuffs till hands you off here. With permission, Inspector. I could have this lock open in less than a minute. Well, you have nothing. You don't have permission. No one's giving it to you.
Gregson looks as though he could really enjoy that. Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. No devil must have fled the first sign of danger. Or not. Oh, something's wrong, Miss Hadassah. Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Dina, do you hear that too?
Yeah, I heard it all. What you reckon, Toby?
I feel a soul in there. I want it. Get me to the door.
All right, mind the grease. Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard.
He ran. He ran. Oh my. Someone is in there.
Ah, this rotten, bleeding lock.
Dear Gregson, I only said a minute ago.
If only those circumstances, you can unlock the door in less than a minute. I hate you with a passion. Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get this through the blasted door. There. You may enter as well.
You confused minutes with seconds, I think.
It's time since I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for, I suppose. This emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer we seek. Protection, my dear fellows.
Yes. I'm pretty sure I heard him run and open a door and jump out the window. That's a bomb! What on earth happened in here? Why is everything upside down?
Right, they're not here after all.
There must be one minute in the moment ago they heard those noises. Maybe the sound of Debbie running away. Everything's upside down.
No, there's another one.
There's another door in the room.
And no windows can afford to carry the skylight's too high.
What's up there? They're footprints on the ceiling.
Blimey, what do we have there then?
Guys!
Looks like someone tried burning something in a hurry.
Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. To what?
For the Harbury's brand new machine, is it? Blimey! Without these, there have been no need to back about trying to investigate the scrap metal.
Something great and interesting here too.
Great interest here too. A rope. This rope. It's on the floor, 4 foot from the pillar.
A rope? What's it about that?
Never mind. You see, but you're not observed, man, I know.
Must have said the entire room thoroughly before the investigators arrives. It's a really lovely model. Looks just like the real flying balloon. I think it's probably staying off from the same principle. The full-size balloon using gas.
The green flying balloon does have the hallmark of amazing deception and great precision, doesn't it? Could it be? The whole thing was planned here in the very workshop? There are no denying it there. There are footprints. Yes, it would appear so. So we can't imagine how they came to be there. Isn't the shadow so shoot up or something? So takedown, I mean. I wonder women. I'm no Wonder Woman, though. That would make me almost superhuman, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes, have you found something?
Ah, Mr. Dodo. Yes, in point of fact, I have something rather fascinating. What do you make of this?
Let me see. I've never seen anything like it before. It's like a bundle of cigar sticks wrapped in a large watch. Ah! Ah! Is that so? What's the matter?
That's a timed bomb, isn't it? What? What did you say? A time bomb?
Sorry, but what's a timed bomb exactly?
We should probably run for our fucking lives right now. You're truly one of a kind, Mr. Nodo.
I won't take it as a compliment.
Ha! You know nothing about, do you, Odo?
I haven't had a clue what's going on either. Have you, Gina?
I invite you to consult the dictionary later, Mr. Nodo.
The Pittsburgh specimen is no time bomb. I confess, it's very similar appearance. Oh. Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it?
I see. So that's it.
Oh, goodness. Mr. Sholmes? What have you seen to the heart of the matter?
At times we consider my lot most unfair. I'm fated to never know how it feels to flounder what puzzles a prison itself. But I've learned to accept my hardship that comes with being a great detective, Mr. So.
Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming.
Once again, I can draw the two conclusions from the scene before us. But first, the inverted nature of the furniture in this room. The work of the debris himself.
Oh, but how could you?
Second conclusion, the small device on the floor there is, without a question, completely genuine.
Please, Mr. Sholmes. Please explain everything.
It would be a pleasure. After all, it's a great detective duty to search with the Scotland Yard for finer points of trade. Oh, the Gregson seemed delighted with the idea. Anyway.
Oh, you reflect upon Inspector's glare with even much fortitude then, Mr. Sholmes. Well done.
You're too kind, my dear madam. Hereby a kind of great deduction to you. Kindly stand there and Mr. So.
Oh, yes. I'd be delighted.
So, shall we begin? Once again, Electron Powers present Logic of Reasoning Spectacular.
The great deduction. The game is afoot. Flip furniture. He needs someone in the background.
The final scene of this room is in completely disarray. Everything's upside down. As if every time the room has had recently been positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down to the floor.
Every time the room was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that?
Indeed. The key here is gravity. Feel the technology at last succeeded in freeing us from the pools of the earth. For gravity in this room was at first, and then suddenly restored normality.
Goodness.
The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about gravity played the hell business. I understand the skepticism, Mr. Sadaso. Mr. Sadaso, I do agree with it first, but however, by conventional analysis and observation, this is anti-gravity device almost identical to the one featured in the dream of mine the other day, in fact.
But then why does it have a clock on it?
That's a question indeed. The timing device controls the direction of gravity and switches. So the requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. The commotion heard from earlier outside was the store of the moment the restoration was occurred.
Yes, the reason why everything's been turned upside down is because of this anti-gravity device. Now you see, look further, no explanation of that which was in the room. The anti-gravity is reversed by Mr. Dabber. Before the restoring the gravity, the fashion was last time device. It was precisely the scene the dream once had my feet about. The fuck is wrong with you? Jesus Christ, man! Now that's the control room. Was that your engineer friend, Hey. Probably, great the clues we have explained this connections above the heads. Yes, how's it possible that the footprints all the way down the ceiling? Richard's answer is lead us to initially truth. Bien, madame. The reason the opened on the rear ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, the Richard's aims is singular to escape. However, there's one way to this room, expecting the skylight, and that is... By very gravity here, the was able to fall securely through by the ceiling. Being escaped away, otherwise I set the skylight, leaving the footprints behind in the way. The ceiling here is very high up. Your reversal with sudden wouldn't it have fallen up to the ceiling rather than violently? Falling up by suddenly, physically, and rather intensely content I feel. But no way around, I escaped through the skylight by only one option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier. It's just my the situation. Oh, the rope. To reach into the destination, a better tool was the rope. By anchoring to the end of the wall, he was able to lower himself safely into the ceiling. This way, the deputy able to escape the room before our arrival. You heard the full gravity via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reserve the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Escape via the skylight. Want to bet he's in the fucking safe. That includes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction. That's a heavy puzzle. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there's just one thing that troubles me. I expect nothing less. There's only trouble with one thing the rest of your life. The thing is such a thing actually possible? Anti-gravity device, I mean. Let's say with my contact knowledge, they turned 20th century. No, it's not more possible than instantaneous kinesis. But you hold deduction hinges on it. My dear fellow, when you have unlimited possible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable as it may seem. Ha! It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring ones of wisdom. Had ours come with it, the exact phrasing in my original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I was reading something about that. Miss Sutter, so let me once. Actually, there's one other thing, Mr. Holmes. The spell's broken at last. Ripper found on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was. My lonely coil near the wall. But if the Deborah's used it to escape the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mysteries inevitably unravel at the end. In the end, don't you think I'll find the two ropes? And if as evidence and such, you mainly look at the mystery face of this room, see if one unraveled. Argument circular and royal coiled ropes. I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes a little usual helping hand. I'm sure the minor corrections, the greater truth will be deduction lead to the truth. Yes, you're right. Let's do it quickly before Encroached Deborah gets too far. Are you ready then? Let us resume. Hello, Sholmes. Let's go news spectacular. Plain to see that the room was completely disarray. Bed, table, chairs, lamp, everything is upside down. Most of everything is items held in rooms recently been happily positioned in the ceiling, before falling straight down to the floor. Every item in the room and the ceiling? Are you sure it's just in that? Indeed. The key is here. It's gravity. It would appear that technology has succeeded in feeding us from the great pool of the Earth. If our gravity engine was reversed, then restored to normalcy. Goodness. Inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the gravity being the whole business. I think gravity could have been reversed in this very room. I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. I think Mr. Shanks could have convinced such explanation. The man himself admitted that scientifically impossible. Yeah, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once. Oh, I know the most of you, Miss Sadaso. When you've eliminated the impossibility, whatever remains is the truth. The great detective himself, so don't, isn't he? Or refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. Well, let us see if examination of the top TV scene will a little bit more closely reveal the proof of so exactly why gravity is in the stream was doing. Very well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers here, that's for sure. Oh, look at that! I know, that slender vase looks like it's about to topple over at any moment. The flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes me feel very fragile life, would you say? To be honest, Mr. Bernardo, something else is behind the deep impression to me. Is it the vase?
Take that!
That bright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part of gravity played in the whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Bernardo, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress my assistant, perhaps. No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. James, trust me. You're right to say, although it appears the first glance the furniture's room is upside down, this unassuming slender vase standing nearly at attention. Unlike the safe light, safe here has nothing fixated to the floor. Right, the inspection that breaks the rule. In short, which means pain to me. The gravity in this room was never inverted at all! My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Sholmes. But we must go on. So, let us continue with our deductions. We know the confidence is fake fact. The integral device here remains to be one possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quiet. Naturally, there's an explanation. Yes, the reason everyone turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. He's absolutely determined that the device must have something to do with this. I'm afraid the luxury of exciting specific explanation is too strong. Though there's no doubt somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all though. Well, let's look around and see if we can answer this question itself. Whoop! Boop. Yes, the reason everything appears turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely! Remember, Bernardo, you have very similar experiences once, didn't you not? Yes, last year. I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number inside the cover of the book just in case. That's it. For people with forgetful souls, can't always make written notes of important information. Just keep the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Bernardo? The day that came around, I forgot which book I'd read the number in, and it turned up from a room upside down to find it. That's it. For people with forgetful souls, I'd always forget where to notice things down. If you're always noting things in the same place. I actually won the second prize, you know. I couldn't remember which magazine I slipped the ticket into, so I had to return the phone. Thank you, Mr. Nando. I believe I proved your point now. He shut him down. It's a very similar scenario. We found our funnel in the scene room. Finding ourselves requiring access to the safe's occupant, the stream namely combined the code. Remember, he'd written it down upside down on a piece of furniture, but for which one? Instead of which, now find the room. Yes, Mr. Officer, I turned all the furniture here. Just press hurry to locate the combinations codes to unlock the safe. Now, let us continue to the next intern room. For our engineer friend, same. So for the greatest clue explains his actions above our heads. Yes, how is it possible the roof went all the way up down the ceiling? Well, the answer leads us nearby truth, my dear madam. The reason the footprints are on the ceiling is because of the skylight. Well, that changes the direction of the gravity. Can't explain it. How the footprints get up there? I feel as though the particular mystery has just become harder to solve. I can't think of any other words to explain it all. Oh, life was such simple in those Helicon days of when gravity could be reversed. That was minutes ago, and Helicon days never existed in the first place. Oh, I suppose we simply have put our faith in Sholmes' observation area. Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. The fuck?
Take that!
He climbed on top of the air balloon? There is no footprints on the ceiling, so it's the shoe near my shoe. On a closer inspection, there are clear footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the air was never the skylight at all, but was the balloon restoring his shoe at it. For what purpose? A green balloon. Seems somewhat familiar, Data. Ah, the piece of green balloon involved the scene. Inside the green balloon that Mr. Martin's clans is still above the stage, and it occurred. The second bird cage, the crux of the whole connected investment. You mean to say? Presume the balloon here isn't the model of the one used that day. There's a strong possibility that something might be concealed inside it. Something I've contemplated to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach. Hence why they resorted to projectile, namely the shoe. Ah! That's what the detector intended to tear a hole in the envelope of sailing to the shoe. However, the efforts were thwarted by the shoe itself becoming prisoner of the lofty heights. Oh dear. We certainly need to examine the hot balloon. If there was a way we could get it inside. You may recall they found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers the solution. Oh, the rope. Reach intended direction. We can either tool the rope, reach intended direction, but the rope. Mr. Sholmes managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. Alright, I have to admit, it was clever. Now we just throw the rope over the balloon and pull it down to the ground. Which must be easier done, I feel. That could take us a very long time as well. True, perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, I know no one, of course, don't we?
Take that!
To reach the intended destination, better tool than this crossbow. That was found at the scene, in fact. In all likelihood belongs to Mr. Debitor. The man who only brought away with it. If the man only brought it away with him on the day, he could have avoided losing his shoes at such a critical time as this. So, shall we? Curious to piece different up with bad fellows. Isn't that Mr. Curtis Davis? He's hidden inside the balloon. Bam! And the dirt is gone. It's the head. Ah! What the? A waxwork? Indeed it is. A waxwork inside the metal mask. Must have shut tight and fastened. It's strong enough to require a permanent lock. So we can see the face inside the mask means... Just a moment. This is the head of the waxwork model. Does that mean... Oh goodness. You said you joined the dots, Mr. Senator. Excellent. Ah, of course. Headless waxwork model. The
case of abducted the case of the abducted Madame Tussauds model that's been utterly solved. But only the head killer was still missing.
Indeed it was. Police Inspector would now be happy to settle this sizable amount with me. This, as you have now summarized, is the head of the infamous professor.
Yes.
But why is it here? This conclusively confirmed my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from the Madame Turnspell and returning it, Sam Tansei, earlier today, was none other than Encroached Dobita.
This is incredible. Professor Hairbrain's case and the Waxworks induction are externally linked by approach to Deborah's workshop. The Waxworks will be added to the court records.
Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. And what remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of the adventure.
Architect? You mean Mr. Deborah?
It seems quite impossible for him to escape via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room.
What?
Our logical conclusion is abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during the seduction.
Crypto is right here, somewhere in this room. So, Mr. Nabu.
So, Mr. Nato, do the honors.
Yes, of course. Mr. hiding place must be...
Take that!
Before we gain access to the back of the room, we heard the noises from in here.
It tells us that the engineer was still in the building at the point of the time.
He was in fact searching for the safe combination to his safe.
And press of time, he was not attempting to write the furniture that had returned in the process. What you're going to do is search for the combination is very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Judge Deborah. Is a very moment inside the safe. This concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deductions for this topsy-turvy puzzle.
Deduction complete.
Elementary. So, Mr. Naruto, I think it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you?
By opening the safe, you mean?
What else?
Let's see. The combination was 143582.
I knew that. Alright then, here goes.
Here's a fucking steampunk hand!
You found me.
The fuck?
Right then, sir. Mr. Christopher, I presume.
Correct. Better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain into bogus machine he'd built.
And you shall explain the rest of the waxwork from Mr. Info well.
Whilst I've been delighted to answer your questions, many questions. Personally, I would advise it if... Wait, Personally, I'd advise the detective that your parcel first.
Detective?
Your parcel? Oh, further course. The time bomb. I left the most prominent position.
Ah!
I see. Stunned silence. You're gearing up to die with me then.
No! Mr. Sholmes, only 7 seconds to spare.
I took us comfort. Get a foot in the grave already. You're trying to get the killer or get us killed. Mr. Sharon's deductions can be completely life-altering. They can't they? Well, my dear fellows, let's go shave. They resemble an anti-gravity device, quite silently, I must say. Anti-gravity devices don't exist. Whew, I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. What on earth happened here? You found me, haven't you? I can answer what's like that. You found me, haven't you? No school down, my father. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, you're giving the thorough going over. Don't you worry about that, Dilla. What? I failed to click with me. How was you able to locate my workshop? There was no expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Oh, that would have been me. Oh. For some reason, I went to a fine flittering today. Gregson wants to snap. No words, just a tight squeeze of the chips. Clearly, at school last night, I could not remember a combination to the safe. The one other loose, and then another loose, I couldn't remember which piece of furniture I'd been attacked on. So you found the rope all over the wall? Yes, I'd opened like a little skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So I ended up searching for a combination towards a safe. I'm burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably though, you failed to retrieve the head of them. The balloon among your rafters. And after you hid yourself inside the safe, having first set the parcel ticking, well, I don't intend on being nailed to by the police. Got your death wish, have ya? Hiding right beside the ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? No ordinary safe, it's a special design. A dynamite explosion wouldn't even scratch on it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. But once you climbed into that safe, you'd be able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside and will allow me the door to work from within. Ah, so it is. I'd always attended the brothers' place to smithereens in any case. Just wasn't expecting the uninvited guest to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you're planning to blow us all up? No, I was just unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb by their feet. Ah, I calculated that the time required to retreat to a safe distance was set device accordingly. But you see, in the city closure, there's still a spanner in the works. He's just looking at him. Is something wrong, Gregson? Something on my face, besides your usual eye, ears, nose, and mouth. I think we feel like good what's been going on here now. What two incidents you eventually been involved in recently? Perfect Hairbrain's instantaneous experiment and the Great Expedition, and the Waxworks model you stole, which is the head of belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in masks and too strong and unable to open it to safely reveal the killer's identity. Thus be considering carrying it around as a protection. After all. Beep boop, that's enough. Beep. Beep boop boop. Inquiry. What is going on here, Gregerson? Beep. You see if you are aware that I've stolen jurisdiction over investigate here. Beep boop. Yes, well. Dr. South again. Forensic investigator team's here. Beep boop. You know full well that this engineer key is our witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer to access him? Beep. If Lord Songhua knew of this, you would be finished. Beep boop. Beep. As astonishment,
You lot, leave at once. Madame, there's no need for such threatening tones, I assure you. After all, there's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Sheath? Processing. Acknowledged. Hello, Sholmes. Accessing. Instant kill mode. Wait, not too fast. If protecting the machine next door is causing such a sour expression in your face, I'm quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. You get out, beep. But of course, I'll show ourselves the door. See you haven't us in the door. Mr. Nato, run for your fucking life, right now. It appears we're a delightful, entertaining investigation has run its course today. But Mr. Sholmes, boop. Let's leave this place in the capable of Dr. Hands. Beep, beep, beep. I said, get out now, all of you. Boop, boop. Your presence are no longer required either, quick son. Beep. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for the lawyer and the companions, we'd never found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. Here's the time bomb set here. That's what was lost disarmed. Spectre. Beep. Processing. Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Mr. Dever? Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to offend, but quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. What are you... What? What do you mean? Oh, motherfucker! Oh, no. Oh, fuck! It was an hour later that we heard the news. Of course, an enormous explosion that ripped through the experimental stage of the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all of its secrets were blown away forever. Holy fuck waffle. Well, come back Monday for the conclusion, because tomorrow's the weekend and it's gaming with Erdno and Cam. So we'll continue this on Monday. For the conclusion of Chapter 3. No, bad game. Diddy Mao! Diddy Mao! Diddy Mao! Bloody thing. Okay, there we go. Background music. Thank you so much for coming, everyone. I hope you had a great night, and I'll see you all next time. See ya! Bye!